What day of the week it is? Tuesday, I believe. Happy Tuesday, everybody. I'm going to give it a second for folks to get on in here so we can get down to business. Good morning, Scott. How are you? What's up, honey hun hun? Hello, Dean. Hello, Jose. Hello, Mavis. How are you? Good to see everybody rolling in here. What's up, Maya Reeds? Good to see you. Hello, Devo. What's up, Mohammed OS? Jay Nice. Good to see you as well. Amy, how are you? Hopefully everybody's doing okay, staying warm, staying safe, all the things. What's up, Maddie? Hey, David. What's up, Farah? Job Vibration. CJ, which good afternoon. It is afternoon now. I say good morning because I'm used to being on in the mornings, but today's been a longer day. What's up, Masani? Jamie, Win, Dixie, Sunflower, Fish, Christine, Melinda, Hallie, Nicole, River Ray. I can't get everybody. You're coming in very fast, which I love. Hello, Auntie Vinker. So listen, if you are joining me anywhere other than the Book of Face, anywhere other than TikTok, like the Book of Faces, like the Stack of Sub, or the Two of You, make sure you say hello so that I can greet you as well. I am not able to do that until you do that. What's up, Dirty Bad Bloggers? Good to see you as well. Hello, Mary Shaw. What's up, Lisa? I saw the rest of your comment, Lisa. I just haven't had a chance to reply. What's up, Jen the Vet? I want to... What's up, Carla? Hey, Renee. Yep, you did catch my live. What's up, Donna Ski? Good to see you. Hello, Professor. What's up, Birdie? How are you? Good to see you guys. What's up, Tracy? Okay, Mohammed OS, I got you. This is when I need help with like translating because what's up, Michelle? Good to see you as well from over there on the Book of Faces. Glad to see everybody rolling in here. Everything is going very, 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 very. The world is illuminated. What's up, Micro? Good to see you as well. Good morning, Carol. Hey, Brandy. Good to see you. Such a loaded question these days. I think it has been for quite a while now. Hey, Christine. Good to see you as well. I think it's been a loaded question for a little while now, right? When we talk about how are people, and I think most people are going to be like, oh, well, I'm okay. I'm dealing. I'm handling. I'm hanging in. I'm doing whatever. And most of the time, I don't know that there's a singular word. Appreciate you, Cam. I don't know that there's a response that is actually adequate for describing how most of us like truly are. I'm not even sure that everyone knows how they truly are. What's up, Chris? Yeah, you've been just okay for 5 years, 100%. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. About the backgrounds. So I'm working with a few things here, and I want to start by addressing kind of what today's live is going to focus on. So one, we are going to talk about ICE because we have to. We have to talk about ICE. We have to talk about Congress. We have to talk about the White House's refusal to back Stephen Miller's account of Alex Preddy. Like, we have to talk about those things. Appreciate that, Cam. We also have to talk about yeah, you're on autopilot. I hear you. What's up, Tube? Good to see you as well. Hey, Red Pen. Nice to see you on the Tube of You. We got to talk about all those things, and then I have to take a minute, and I have to take a portion of this live, and I need to address some hometown shit. Okay, so as you all know, I'm from Northeast Tennessee, and a former acquaintance of mine is running for county mayor back home. And she said something in another like little town hall that I had to address not long ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. And and I recently saw another interview of hers that I have to take the time to address, but not just from a local perspective. I have to talk about it from a local perspective, the implications for things like this nationally and internationally. Appreciate you, Sage. And so we're going to spend some time talking about that today as well. Appreciate you, Carla. And in addition to that, we just got to talk about the things of the day, like the things that are front and center, and what we all need to be doing, how we can balance these things, manage these things, and what we can do about these things, right? So having said all of that, if you have not yet joined my Discord, you might want to do so. Number two, inside that Discord, as well as in my link tree, is the link to register for my free workshop. I do free public workshops. Where, we talk about how to have very difficult conversations on hard topics with people of opposing views and actually have those conversations be effective. And so I'm going to be doing one of those on Thursday at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am Conchita, a little bit so. And it was supposed to be last week. And then I had a very, very long live last Thursday because of Jack Smith's testimony before Congress, before the Congressional Committee. And so it was postponed until this Thursday. If you registered for the last one, you do not have to register for this one. I've already got you. I believe I haven't looked like in a couple of days. The last time I looked, there was maybe like 35 slots left, something like that. Let me see if I can take a peek for you and let you know. But I'm just going to recommend that you do. I'm only going to take 100 people for the free workshop. So if you want to get in on it, do that. Make sure that you register because you will get emailed out a link. Good morning, Black Queen. Appreciate it. I am feeling a little bit better. Me and the oregano oil on the lymph nodes has been a thing. And let me just check really quickly for this particular workshop, and it'll tell me how many slots are still available. There are 36. Gosh, I was right on it, wasn't I? There are 36 slots left. So if you want to attend this workshop, you need to go click the link that is in my link tree or in Discord and register. It is free. I do not charge. You know, I think for me, this is one of the biggest parts of what we're going to have to do as a country overall. Not just about, you know, the current administration or Donald Trump or ICE or whatever, but overall, we've got to learn how to have effective conversations on hard topics and doing them in a way that is productive and effective. Okay. Yeah, me too, River Ray. Yeah. So for me, like, so I first felt something coming on. This lymph node over here was super, super sore. And so I immediately used a little carrier oil, which for me was neem oil, and then some oregano oil and lathered it up on my, yes, you are still registered from last week. Appreciate that, Marie. Appreciate that very, very much. Alaikum salam, Wasaf. So I need to say this to my folks that live between the river and the sea. Okay. We've got a new TikTok, a new algorithm, and I'm having to balance how I help my friends in Pali, along with keeping this algorithm doing what we need it to do. Okay. And one of the struggles that my platform has versus other platforms is I'm not as antagonistic. I'm not as volatile. I'm not as name calling and things like that. So the content doesn't get pushed out as much. Like the reality is they like the bickering and the arguing. I hate the bickering and the arguing. So therefore, they don't push it out as much. So this is why I rely on you all to share the live, to like the live, to do all of those things. Good morning or good afternoon, Audra. And so that's just the reality, right? And I refuse to shift who I am and what I want to accomplish to appease billionaires who run an algorithm that want to keep everybody divided. I'm just not willing to do such a thing. So this is when I rely heavily on you all to lift and push out the information that we're putting together on this platform. Okay. So I think I have covered all of the main to-dos for just a second. And I need to pull up one more thing. All right. So, all right. So let me ask this before I get going, because I want to start asking you all a couple of things like every day. If there are, appreciate that, Michelle. I want to ask you all, are there specific things that are happening that you want me to address while we are live today? Now, just because you tell me what it is doesn't mean I'm going to address it. I am on Threads, Audra. I just don't post there a lot. I mean, being on Facebook, Threads, Insta, like I'm on all those places. I just don't post there as much as other places. Threads doesn't have a live option for me, and I tend to do lives more than I do just regular everyday posting. What's up, Mindy B, in the place to be? So yeah. So if there is something, if there is a subject matter that you would like me to address today, please throw it in the comments right now before we kick this thing off, and the propaganda of letting them do their job. We can do that. That's part of what I'm going to talk about. People that say I score because it's predetermined and my vote doesn't matter. Oh, I got you. Predetermined. Okay. So voting and it being predetermined. I got you. We can talk about that. You got your spot. I love that. Alaikum salam, Mohammed. Anybody else got anything else you want me to? Yes, I did hear that ICE will play a role in the Winter Olympics, which will be interesting to me because they have zero authority in Italy. So I'm not really sure what the fuck that's all about, other than it is going to worsen our relationships with the rest of the world. And it is what to emphasize on social media. Got that. Bavini on the agents. Okay, I got it, Birdie. Okay. Calling them in where, Peculiar Eve? Gina, do you need something in East Tennessee? Okay, I got you, Mindy B. Good gosh, it's going really fast. All right, I got you, Sean. I got you, Aerosmith. I watched those the other day. Trump is boycotting the Super Bowl, I suppose, but he wants them in. Blah, 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 blah. So, Tom, are you talking about Tom Homan? Because Tom Homan isn't his replacement. Homan isn't the replacement for Bovino. But we can talk about Homan. I mean, Minnesota did pull in the National Guard just in a different way that I think is actually pretty effective. But we can talk about it. Heidi, please don't spam the comments. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Y'all got a lot. Y'all got a lot going on. Good morning, or good afternoon, Cheryl. Aw, Dini, thank you. This is Hey from the UK. You're a global queen. Love that. Love that. Love that. Okay. So, all right. So let's put a pause and then I'll ask again for some more things. All right. So let me start at the top. There's a hearing Friday. Can't wait for that. So if you were talking about, if you're talking about the judge, so for those of y'all who missed it, there is a judge in Minnesota that has requested, what's his name? Todd, blah, 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 blah. Give me a second. Judge orders ICE in court on Friday. Here it is. So the acting ICE director has been ordered to appear in court on Friday, right? And give me 1 second. His name is Todd Lyons. Y'all are thinking about Todd Blanche. Todd Blanche is from the DOJ. So Todd Blanche is DOJ, okay? Todd Lyons is the acting ICE director, okay? It's okay, Dizzy, no worries. Okay, follow me, you guys. So Chief Judge Patrick Schultz, in a court order that was done on Monday, says that the court's patience, and this is a quote, the court's patience is at an end. Okay. And it says that the court acknowledges that ordering the head of a federal agency to personally appear is an extraordinary step, but the extent of ICE's violation of court orders is likewise extraordinary, and lesser measures have been tried and failed. So that's one of the things. So that is a thing that is happening. I do want to say this really quickly, though. Before I dive all the way into national things, can I go ahead and touch on the Tennessee thing, and the person who's running for Sullivan County Commissioner in Tennessee? Because this one is, and y'all know me, I like to be completely transparent. This one is touchy for me. This one is personal for me, and this also has state and national implications, and it's important that we talk about these things. So you may have seen a couple of weeks ago, where I don't even know if it was that fucking long ago. Let me find it really quickly. Because stuff just happens. So much, right? There's so much. Thank you, Sin. I appreciate that. So, if you all remember, not that long ago, I put up a post regarding Angie Stanley. Angie Stanley is, like I said, she is running. She's the vice chair of the Sullivan County Board of Education. She is running to be the, good morning, Critical Thinking. She is running to be the mayor of Sullivan County, Tennessee. Sullivan County, Tennessee is the Tri-Cities area. So if you think of Tennessee with this like northeast tip up here and this southwest tip down here, the southwest tip, that's okay, flocking bitch, no worries. That southwest tip is going to be Memphis. That northeast tip is going to be the Tri-Cities area. You're in Sullivan County. So Sullivan County, Tennessee is where she's running to be the mayor. What's up, Samira? Good to see you. Hey, Sandra. And so I want to talk about this. So I put up a post showing a picture of the two of us at the peaceful protest that I led for a couple of, well, we were outside of Holston Valley Medical Center, like literally outside protesting for 257 days straight, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. However, we have been leading that protest. When I say we, I mean me and everybody that is against a state sanctioned medical monopoly. That was created using the state legislature. And we can talk about that organization and that entity on another day and time. But this was the protest that took place because we found out, or I found out, that Ballot Health had been created through the merger of these two local healthcare systems, Mountain Health Alliance, Mountain States Health Alliance, and Wellmont Health System. And this is the region where I'm from. This is the region where I was born and raised. And so it's important to me. I still have family there and I still have friends and acquaintances there. Okay. And this is where my second grandchild was born. And Bella was born there, in August of 2017. And, yeah, exactly, Marky, very dear to my heart. Because Bella was born, at Holston Valley Medical Center. She weighed 1 pound and, 3-4 ounces at birth. Like the official weight is 1 pound, 4.5 ounces. But that included like all of the tubing and stuff that was on her when they weighed her. So they said it was more like 1 pound, 3 ounces at birth. So my second granddaughter, Bella, was born at that hospital in August of 2017. Yeah, she's a walking, talking, breathing miracle, 100%. And yeah, she was about the size of my hand, like head to booty with these little bitty feet kicked up. Her entire foot was the size of my thumb, like right here. But anyway, so Bella was born there. And if you fast forward a year later, now, let me ask this question. How many of you all have ever had a baby or you have a family member whose baby was born? What's up, Chris? And had to be in a neonatal intensive care unit for any period of time. Have any of you all ever experienced that, of having a baby in a neonatal intensive care unit? Your son was former L&D nurse. We love that. So look how many of you guys. So you, Hector, okay, got it, Lilo. So when that happens, there's this incredible thing. Because you tend to, or at least I had the blessing of becoming close with my neonatal intensive care unit nurses and the staff. Neonatologist PJ Powers was fantastic, as well as Dr. Tanvir. And Mr. Powers passed last May. Sorry, y'all. My sciatica and my back and my knees are not like great right now. But you tend to form relationships with these people because you're relying on them to do all the things that you're not able to do. Right. Well, you can't really touch. You can touch. Right. But like critical thinking, Bella's skin was so thin that you couldn't like rub her skin. You know how you'd rub a baby's back? If you were to rub her skin at that time, her skin would have ripped because it was so thin. You could see her heartbeat through her skin. Okay. So that's how tiny she was. And during that time, I became very, very close with a lot of our staff, and our nurses and even our respiratory therapists. And so if you fast forward, so what happened? So because we became close, and I was doing Facebook Lives, but on different things. And I had done in 2018, I had just launched a podcast. That podcast was called The Rantings of Dani. What's up, DH Nelson? Just different things. And I was talking about social justice issues. I was talking about the country as a whole, racial issues. I'm biracial, so racial issues have always been important to me. I did a podcast about mega churches and the millions that are involved in mega churches. And so like, I didn't have as many followers as I have now, right? But I did have a following. And so when you fast forward a year and you get to the fall of 2018, two of the NICU nurses had reached out to me and said, "Hey, Dani, we don't know what's happened. We're now no longer Wellmont Health System. We are Ballad Health. And we are hearing that they are going to close the NICU. And we don't know what to do. And we don't know anybody that can help. But we thought maybe you could use your platform to bring some awareness." Now, here's my question to you all. What would you do if the people that asked you, if the people that saved your granddaughter's life asked you for help? What would your response automatically be? Because mine was, I don't know what I can do, but let's check it out. You'll do whatever you can. I'm in, right? So yeah, Cam, let's roll. So that's what I did. So immediately, and I'll never forget this day, it was October the 26th of 2018. How the fuck do I remember that date? I don't know. But on what's up, Tosh? So on October the 26th of 2018, I sent a direct message to Ballad Health on Facebook, which of course I have screenshots of. Why? Because I'm a CYA girl. Okay? I'm a CYA girl. And so I sent them this thing, and I asked specifically if they had plans to close the NICU. Okay. And what I received back was this very marketed, very specific response about how the COPA was going to be great, how Ballad Health was going to invest $308 million into population health in the region. Good morning, Orvet, and all of these different things, right? That's the blanketed response that I got back. And my response to that was, I didn't say it like this, y'all, but in my head, I was like, that's not what the fuck I asked you. I didn't say that to them. But that's in my head, I was like, that's not what the fuck I asked you, which automatically makes me sus, right? It automatically means you are sus because I've asked you a very cut and dry, very simple question. And if you can't answer me, and if you answer me but run around the mulberry bush and give me a bunch of PR bullshit, now you have my attention because now I know something's up with you, right? Does that make sense? So that is where I went. In case y'all are wondering, I am now blocked from them, which I have been for a long time, but that's okay. And so when this occurred, let me see if I can find this real quick. Yeah. So when this occurred, you guys, that was on October the 26th, 2018. So I asked again for specifically for clarification, and they said to me that what in the world is this asking me for? Yeah, I'm not doing that right now. Hold on. I don't need that. Okay, so listen. So what they said to me was at that time was, hey, friend, good to see you. Hey, Eileen. But they said that nothing had been determined at that time, and that when a decision was made, it would be announced, and it would give the community plenty of time to make that determination, plenty of time to know, plenty of time to give feedback, plenty of time. Okay. That was October 26th. So let me tell you what happens. And this is just exactly how it happened. What's up, Sunshine to Peach? So on November the 14th, I finished working out. Good morning, macaroni. Tell Sue I said, hey. I finished working out. I come down. I put up a post because I remember the date. It is 1 year from the day that Bella got to come home from the NICU, right? And because of that, I put up a post pretty much thanking, and I tagged a bunch of the nurses and a bunch of the staff, and I was just thanking them for who she was at that time and who she was now, right? So let me see if I can find posts I've seen, posts from me. Whoops. I'm just looking to see if it will let me do this really quickly. So anyway, long story short, because I didn't intend to go into all this detail, but so here's the deal. So when I did that, in the comments of that post, one of Bella's NICU nurses commented and said, might not be, Iceman's already gone, Brandy. I did it as soon as Iceman commented once. This is why y'all should just ignore the trolls and let me keep on pushing because they're already gone. So listen, so in the comments of that post, one of the NICU nurses, one of the NICU staff said, well, we might not be around for long. And I said, what do you mean? And on that same day, y'all, what are the odds that on November 14th, 2018, the day that I put up a post thanking the staff at Holston Valley Medical Center for saving Bella's life, what are the odds that on that exact same day would be the day that Ballard Health would choose to announce in the news that they intended to close Holston Valley Medical Center? That's you. That they intended to close Holston Valley Medical Center's NICU, their level 3 NICU. Yes. One more of those is your sister's, but the rest is yours. So when that happened, yes, honey. Okay. When I'm done, you mean, or now? Okay. So, yeah, which was plenty of the notice to the public, right, Ginger? Right. So so there's this thing that happens to me, and I don't know if you all feel like this or not, but when something happens that is just so morally, humanely wrong, I feel like if I don't get what I have to say out, like I might explode. And so like immediately when I go and I look and I find the article and I'm like, what the fuck? Because you all literally just lied to me in my face, right? And said none of these decisions had been made, blah, 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 blah. And then 2.5 weeks later, you announce you're going to close a neonatal intensive care unit, a level 3, which, let me explain something to you about neonatal intensive care units compared to trauma centers, because sometimes this can be confusing. All right. So a NICU goes from like a regular birthing, labor and delivery, like just a regular birthing center, to all the way up to a level 4, which is like your children's hospitals. So you go level 2, level 3, and then hospital, level 4, children's hospital, top of the line. So a level 3 NICU is like chef's kiss, incredible, fully staffed, all the equipment. Never mind the fact that this very NICU had just in 2017 undergone a $2.5 million renovation. They were the region's Children's Miracle Network NICU, right? That's who they were at the time. And so it just did not make sense to me as to why you would want to close this level 3 NICU. Now, there's other stuff that we can go into about that, but I don't want to go into it today. Just put that on a shelf over here. So when I read the article, keep in mind, I've just written this beautiful post about my grandbabies and my granddaughter and about how they saved her life and all these things. And now all of a sudden I'm reading an article that says this new entity that I'm not really even sure how it came to be is going to close this facility that saved her life. So I immediately did what I do sometimes. I jumped on a Facebook Live. And when I jumped on this Facebook Live, I think I put the title of it as "This is what happens when you put people, when you put profits above people, especially babies." Okay. And I began to dig in. So here's what it happened really fast, you guys. In the next 5 days, I started researching what a COPA is, how Ballot Health came to be. How did a legal medical monopoly get created? And so this is different than a merger. This is different than an acquisition. I am talking about how did a hospital system become created through the state legislature, and how were they given antitrust immunity in order to make that happen? So listen, if you live in a town and you only have one hospital, you might think you have a monopoly, but you don't. You don't have a legally created medical monopoly. It's different. Yes. Yes. Don't scream. Don't scream. I'm right here. Yes, Bella, what?
Hurt me with her phone on my neck.
Bella, come here. Come on, hurry up because I'm waiting. There are hundreds of people waiting on me to deal with you all. So could you come here, please? What just happened with you and Mila?
Well, Mila was like waiting on me, and then I was getting off the bed, and Mila was on my blanket.
Mm-hmm.
And she was under it, so I was trying to pull the blanket from under her, and then Mila got up and she moved in.
And then what?
And then Mila came and told you.
And then Mila what?
Came and told you.
Okay. Okay, so let me look at me, look at my face. What have I told you about if Mila has something of yours and won't give it to you? Or if she's laying on you or your blanket and won't get up, what have I said to you you need to do? Tell me, right? Because what happened is you didn't tell me. You started to yank your blanket from under her, and then she gets hit with the phone in the process, right? And then she comes screaming to tell on you. So I'm going to say it to you girls today, and I'm saying it right now. It's 1:07 p.m. I'm not doing this today. We're going to get along, or we're going to end up in timeout and no technology for the rest of the day. Okay? So make good choices. Okay. So let me pick up where I left off. Okay. Yeah. Y'all listen. This is the thing, y'all. Family, pretend it's C19 again and everybody has children at home. That's what you can do for me, because we all understand that we have human beings. Okay. We are human beings, and I got to do what I got to do. So anyway, so in 5 days time, I begin to find out exactly how this thing happened and who were the players. Okay. And this part's really important. I found out that the CEO of Ballot Health, whose name is Alan Levine, was the CEO of HMA, right, which is Health Management Associates out of Florida. I found out that in 2012, he did a 60 Minutes interview where he is literally caught in a lie on 60 Minutes, saying no, they weren't committing fraud of any kind, and no, doctors were not being, they didn't have goals to admit a certain percentage of the elderly population that were on Medicare to their hospitals, right? I found out that not only was he that person, but I found out that he also worked with Rick Scott at Columbia HCA from 1992, 93-ish to 2002, 2003-ish, when Columbia HCA committed $1.7 billion worth of fraud. I also found out that he was the president and CEO of Broward Health back in 2006 for a little under 2 years. A little under a year and a half. It was like a year and 9 months, something like that. And during that time, there were commissions of fraud. Now, I want you to hear me. I'm not telling you that Alan Levine ever participated in fraud. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the person who is now the head of the largest legal medical monopoly in the country has worked at 3 other private healthcare organizations, and each of those 3 have committed Medicare and Medicaid TRICARE fraud at the time that he is either the president or CEO of the entire company or part of it. That's all I know. So maybe he doesn't know anything about the fraud and is just a shitty CEO, or, maybe he doesn't know about it. I just don't know. But here's what I know is that if I had someone who had been the manager of 3 different banks and all 3 banks got robbed, I would not hire them to manage the largest bank in the country. It just wouldn't be a thing I would do. Okay. So I found out that. And so at this time, you guys, I am printing off pages after pages, and I am connecting the dots, and I'm finding out that Rusty, do me a favor, Liberty Dove, please don't type in all caps for me. Okay. And then I find out that Rusty Crowe, who is the state senator, who's the chair of the Health and Welfare Committee, who actually sponsored the legislation to bring this thing to pass, I find out that he's a contracted vendor for the healthcare system. Okay. I find out that Rusty Crowe actually owns a wound device company. At that time, it was called Shared Health Services, and they have a contract with the healthcare system, and that he's got his own right. And so I found out all these things, and so I'm going live, and I'm telling everybody in the region via Facebook only at the time. Go back to 2018, you guys, and I'm telling everybody this via Facebook, and everybody back home was like, "What the fuck?" Because most of the people in the region had no clue how all of this came to be. All they knew is that they had been told, and I'm going to tell you what they told the people, and you all see if this sounds fucking familiar. What they told people back home is that it was necessary for Mountain States Health Alliance and Wellmont Health System to merge, or some outside company was going to come in, right? Some outside company was going to come in, buy up one of their hospitals, right? And just break it all up, and they would lose local control. In other words, be afraid of the outsiders. That's what they were told. Be afraid of the outsiders, because if they come in, they're going to dismantle your hospitals, and you're going to lose local control, and we need to keep control of our hospitals. And by the way, all of that was a fucking lie. They made a little website to go with it. They made all kinds of shit to go with it, but all of it was a lie. And so what I began to do was to share with people in the region the facts about how this thing came to be and how they were lied to. And when I started doing that, several people reached out to me. Okay. One of them was Tim Bradshaw, who was part of the volunteer fire department, been there for a really long time, who was concerned about the changes in EMS and all of those things, right? Another one was Sullivan County Commissioner Hunter Locke. And another one of those was Angie Stanley, who at the time, Angie Stanley was a Sullivan County Commissioner. And that's who I wanted to discuss with you right now today, okay? And so when I began to talk to those people, right? And then through those people, I met Dr. Spivey. Dr. Spivey was an ER physician in the region for a really long time, who understood trauma. And okay, let's get rid of this little, hold on, just give me a second. Mark, you've got 60 seconds to join my panel because you're being distracted. You're being distracting. So you can either join my panel so I can address you very quickly and be done, or you'll be muted from my live. Not because you have an opinion that differs from me, but because I'm not even fucking talking about that and you are irritating me. So get on the panel, Mark, and let's talk about it. Right? You said all things are possible through God. All things are possible through a panel conversation. Yes? 60 seconds and then my mods are going to take care of you. Hey, Candy Kiss. What's up, Inger? All right. So back to Angie. So, hey, Pentinton, good to see you. So I met all of these folks, and then I began to learn about our, thank you, Linda, our trauma systems, our trauma levels, right? Because like a NICU goes from birthing center to level 4 in terms of like specialties, and a trauma center goes from level 3 all the way up to level 4, level 1. So in the world of healthcare, a neonatal intensive care hospital, top of the bar is going to be level 3, and then you get to a children's hospital. And in trauma, it's actually the opposite. A level 1 trauma center is your top of the line. And so Ballot had announced at this time, hey, MCloud, for them to do two things. For them to close the NICU at Holston Valley Medical Center. They originally said they were going to leave labor and delivery, which they did not, right? And then they said they were going to downgrade Holston Valley Medical Center's level 1 trauma, which was the leading trauma center in the region, right? They were going to downgrade it, and they were going to downgrade Bristol Regional Medical Center to a level 2 trauma center, to a level 3, both of them to level 3. Holston Valley was a level 1, Bristol Regional was a level 2. So I team up with all of these folks because they are the local boots on the ground. And so Tim and Hunter and I, specifically me, Tim and I, but all three of us at one time, we were going to, hold on, lady, I'll get there in a second. This part I'm going to come back to that piece in a second, but I got to talk about this. Why, R-Dub? What a weird question. What years did I serve? Weird. So, okay, so follow me. So, hey, Rob Miller, welcome to the platform. So, as all of this is happening, the first time that I have a meeting with them, we talk about putting together this community forum. And hey, Lonnie, so, when we talk about what we can do, all we knew was we needed to get information out. And there were people that were tuning into my lives every single day, right, about Ballot Health, hundreds of them, as a matter of fact. And we needed to get the community face to face. So we put together a community forum that was December the 29th of 2018 at the Farmers Market in Kingsport, Tennessee. And we named it Rally for the Valley. Angie came up with that name, as a matter of fact. Rally for the Valley, as in Holston Valley Medical Center. What's up, Moon? And we packed it. We literally had about 250 people at the Farmers Market. We packed it. It was standing rooms only. And we had t-shirts that were made. And I was there. Dr. Spivey was there. Other people were there. And we were just letting the public know how this came to be and what the dangers were with what Ballard was proposing. And I was educating people about the COPA and what it meant. And at that time, Angie was like this with me. That January, they were going to have their first COPA meeting. Okay. So there was supposed to be an annual COPA meeting with the Tennessee Department of Health to look at what the monopoly was doing that they had created. And so the thing about it is they had been meeting in this small room that could accommodate maybe 40, 50 people, and really nobody had been coming. Why had no one been coming from the community? Because they didn't know anything about it. They literally didn't know anything about it. So how could they attend? So I immediately created a Facebook event for this COPA hearing that was coming up in January of 2019. And I told people in the community, this is your chance to come and talk to the state about what was happening. And because of the number of people that RSVP'd to that Facebook event, the Tennessee Department of Health had to actually move. They had to postpone the meeting because they needed a bigger room. and so they postponed it, for 3 weeks because they had to put it in a bigger room. So they picked one of the biggest rooms at Northeast State Community College. Okay. And we almost packed the house that day. We had about 450. It holds 500 people. We had about 450 people show up. Yours truly was there. Matter of fact, this event, if I can show you. Oh, I should do it over here. Sorry. Hold on. So like when you Google me, if you do Dani Cook, you will automatically see a bunch of shit about ballot health. But if you Google Dani, if you do Google Dani Cook / and ballot health, and then put like COPA, COPA, there's so holy fuck, there's a lot. I didn't realize that was as much as there is, but there is. I don't know why, but this picture right here is the picture that most people know me from. So give me a second. Or that most people see when they Google. But hold on. Boom, boom, boom. No, I don't want to. Oh fuck. It's gone away. Hold on. So oh, I remember that day. Yeah, we packed the fucking house. Anyway, I just want to show you all. Like when I say we packed here, I don't mind to share with you guys different stuff over here. You can see what I'm scrolling on, but I will show you. What's up, Terrence? So let me show you. First, let me take down this background for you guys that are over here. And I swear I'm going to get to this part about Angie. But the reason why all of this stuff is necessary is because this is going to see, this is not even the last one. But when I tell you we packed the house, this is me when I was outside. Yeah. So like when you just do me and ballot health, it's a lot. This is us. This is outside the hospital, right? This is real talk. This is when the protests first started, when we went outside of the hospital. So this is a real thing, right? This is me getting into some good necessary trouble. But this is the picture of me testifying at the very first local COPA hearing at Northeast State. And that's Bella on my hip at the time. That's Bella. So, so here's the thing. So all of this is happening, and y'all, I'm not a protester / activist kind of girl. Like, I am in terms of like social awareness and doing things, but I've never like gone out and been in a tent or a canopy or any of those things. And appreciate it, Terrence. And so this is what was transpiring. And so Angie Stanley was a Sullivan County commissioner at the time who was not happy about ballot, and she should not have been. And so Angie and I, she was at the protest from the beginning. Angie was outside on an inflatable mattress with me in the rain. Well, not with me, on her own mattress, right? Hey, Miguel. And she's one of the people that went with me to Washington, D.C. when we took almost 30,000 local signatures to Washington, D.C. to members of Congress, asking them to step in and help people and do something about ballot health, right? She was with me then. She was with me. Was she with me when I went to Nashville? No, I did go to Nashville. She didn't go. But to give you an idea, I'm going to kind of show you. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can share this with you guys. So an example of this is going to be here. This is actually Angie and I when we were in Washington, D.C., going around Congress. You guys ready? So this is myself and Angie. This is June of 2019. This is when we have 30,000 local signatures, and we are going to Congress to try to do the damn thing. Okay? This particular trip is the one that I want to talk about for a second before I tell you what I want to talk about today. Because on that trip, if you notice in this picture, Angie is wearing red lipstick. She wore red lipstick a lot. Now, I was in no way disillusioned that Angie wasn't a Republican, because she was, as are all of the people that were on the Sullivan County Commission at the time. So I'm going to show you a second picture from that trip. You ready? And the second picture that I want to show you is the day that we went to the Capitol. So the first picture was us when we went to the FTC. So when we went to DC, the FTC was having a hearing on COPAs. So we went to the FTC for this hearing on COPAs, and that was the first picture that you see. The second picture that I am now showing you is from the next day when we took all of those signatures. This is outside of Tim Kaine or Mark Warner's office, or right inside their office. Okay. That's Angie the next day. So if you notice in this picture, Angie is wearing a bright red shirt along with her red lipstick. Okay. We had a conversation this day. Thanks, Candy Kiss. We had a conversation this day because Angie said I should wear red lipstick. And I said, no. She said, you should wear that really dark, that pretty red lipstick that you wear. And I said, Angie, I cannot. And she said, what do you mean? And I said, the reason why I cannot is because I am a woman of color. I'm a Black woman getting ready to head into these offices at the Capitol. And I will be seen as the angry Black woman. And she was like, what? And I said, I am telling you right now, Angie, I cannot do that. So I wore like a oranges corally, similar to what I have on now, right? I would have been judged immediately. Exactly, Carla. And Angie was like, really? Now, let me just tell you the beauty of me being able to tell the story with you guys is, unbeknownst to the rest of the world, Angie and I did not go by ourselves. There was a third member that was present with us that drove us there. I will not say who this person is unless they tell me to or they want to. Okay? But I share that with you to say this. Angie, you know good and damn well I'm telling the truth. And just in case you want to pretend like I'm not, don't forget there was a fucking witness. Don't forget there was a fucking witness to this entire story that I am telling right now. So anyway, I share with her that that's not something I can do. So we go around to different offices. So she had set up, specifically, she had emailed Marsha Blackburn's office and set up an interview for us because she's the county commissioner. So she was able to get the meeting with Marsha Blackburn's folks. We also went to Mark Warner's office. We went to Lamar Alexander's office. We went to, we went to Phil Rowe's office. We also went to Mark Green's office. We had a conversation. I sat on the couch with Phil Rowe, and I sat on the couch, well, not with him. He was across from me. And I sat across from Mark Green as well, while we are talking about this medical monopoly that has been created in the state of Tennessee and the impact on our region. And we gave them copies, hard copies of almost 30,000 signatures from local constituents in the area. Okay. And we were there the whole day. When we finished that day, We got in the third person's vehicle who was driving us back home. And Angie's in the back seat. I'm at the passenger seat, and the third person is driving us. And all of a sudden, Angie's cell phone rings. And it is Chip, who is Marsha Blackburn's chief of staff at the time. Hold on. Chief of staff. What the fuck? Hold on. 2019. Chuck Flint. That's his name. I don't know where I got Chip, right? But his name is Chuck Flint. And so Chuck calls Angie's cell phone. What Chuck doesn't know is that Angie has Chuck on speakerphone. Okay? So I can hear everything Chuck is saying to Angie. And Chuck is saying to Angie that he's asking her, what, well, first, let me tell you can I tell you how the meeting went first? So then you will understand. They might have called his ass Chip. I don't remember. He was shit to me. But so let me share with you how that meeting went. So at the time, when you enter into Marsha Blackburn's congressional office, I don't know what her office is like now, but when you enter into the office, there's like a table right here, like where people are greeting you. The receptionist staff meets you. There's a window like right here, and there's an office right there. So there's a window where you can see into that office, and on the other side is the window to see outdoors. Okay, and there's a table in that office room. Over here to the left is where you would go like to Marsha's office. So when we get there for this meeting, we are told that Marsha couldn't attend because she was in a meeting with Trump. This is during Trump's first term in 2019. She was in a meeting with Trump about something, so she couldn't attend. So we went in. God almighty, my back is on fucking fire today. Hey, Bella, can you hand to my bag so I can take some medicine, please?
Yeah.
It's right there. All right. So listen. So we go and we sit down. Now, where we're sitting, when you go in, this is the room. This is the office. Okay. I have a lot of different things, Abigail. So anyway, we're in this office and we sit down. So when we're seated, my back is to the receptionist door back here. So whoever is sitting at Marsha Blackburn's receptionist area, my back is to them. I'm facing her staff that's on this side of the table across from me. And behind them is the window outside. Okay. So when we come in, I'm sitting here. Angie is sitting beside me. And there's these two girls on the other side of the table across from us. And so when Angie and I sit down, that's okay. I don't think he wants to be bothered, baby girl. But when Angie and I sit down and we start to talk about ballot health, these two girls proceed, and I say girls because they're young enough to be my daughters. I'm not saying girls to be disrespectful. I'm saying because they were young, they seemed like maybe young staff or interns or something like that. What I can tell you is they were woefully underqualified to be sitting at a table from me talking about ballot health. Sissy, can I have the brown bag so I can take medicine? Bella, you said yes, and then you didn't get it. Okay, so we're sitting there, and these girls start to basically regurgitate ballot health talking points to me. So some of Ballot's talking points were that in Charlotte, North Carolina, they don't even have two level 1 trauma centers or 3 trauma centers within 30 miles. And or in the state of North Carolina, blah, 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 blah. So, and in Atlanta, they used Atlanta. So ballot health is using all of these talking points that I have heard a bajillion times by now. And these girls begin to regurgitate that shit to me. And so this is what I say, and I'm going to say it to you all exactly like I said it to them. I said, wait a minute, I got to stop you right there. I got to stop you right. I did not come all of this way to sit at this table and listen to you regurgitate ballot health talking points to me. That's not what I came here to do. And if we're going to talk about ballot health, we're going to talk about the actual facts of the region and what the medical professionals in the region have said, what the experts say, not what ballot health talking points are. And that's what I said. And this is how I said it. So they were like, okay. And the next thing you know, Marsha Blackburn shows up. Isn't that something? Marsha Blackburn shows up, who, I don't know, all of a sudden her meeting that she was in with Trump wasn't as important. So Marsha shows up. And when she sits down with Angie and I, we start to have this conversation. And Marsha Blackburn proceeds to tell me and Angie that there is nothing she can do. I am looking for my something. She says that, yes, baby. Can I give somebody to give me a quick mod break while I go help Milo real quick? She just needs help with something in the restroom, and then I'll be right back. Can I get a quick mod to help me do that? Because we're getting to the good part. Anybody? I don't even know who I have in here. Ah, thank you, Cam. Guys, I'll be right back.
Hey, everyone. Welcome in. I was going to say, welcome in to Dani's Space. If you are new here, welcome. If you are a Dani fan or someone who has already been following Dani, welcome as well. If you have not already, please go ahead and say, hey, everyone. If you have not already, go ahead and send a daily heart me on the top left corner near Dani's little photo there. Go ahead and send out a little heart me to Dani. Let's TikTok know that we are engaged and that she's online and that people are interested in the content that she has. Hey, everyone. You guys are going too fast, so I can't say hey to everyone, but, hey to all the people in the chat. Dani will be back in just a few minutes. Welcome in if this is your first time here. Please listen in. Dani is currently going over a story that it's a little bit more local to her, but if you obviously are in Tennessee, you probably know about the story that Dani is either sharing or parts of it. But Dani's going to go over a few other things today. Obviously, what's going on in Minnesota, things that are going on with ICE, and so on. Dani covers a variety of topics, so we have a lot on the agenda for today. And she is already back, so she's going to get back into that story, and I'm going to get out of here.
Appreciate you, Cam. Thank you very much.
Of course. Yep.
Okay, so here's the deal. So all of a sudden, Marsha Blackburn shows up. And all of this is important from a national perspective, just so you all really do know that it's important. Not me dropping shit. Okay, one sec, guys. I need a Tylenol to at least take the edge off so I can finish. Ooh, okay. So Marsha Blackburn comes in and we explain to her what Dr. Spivey, what all the doctors and the people are saying, right? And Marsha Blackburn looks me dead in my face and tells me that it is a state issue because it was created by the state legislature and that there's nothing she can do about it. And my response was, well, what if it violates the Constitution? That would make it a federal issue, right? And she looks at me and she goes, what do you mean? And I said, well, if this COPA and COPA law violates the 14th Amendment, the right to due process, that would make it a federal issue and be under your capacity, correct? And I said, because when they wrote the COPA legislation, they included a little caveat that said, I'm okay, Wasef, just hurting. And here's what it said. It said that if there was anybody that wanted to intervene in this COPA, in order for them to go into court, number one, they had to go into court in Davidson County, which is Nashville, which is where the Tennessee Department of Health is, which is 4.5 hours from the region. So that means people in our region, Northeast Tennessee, right, would have to, number one, file that paperwork in court in Davidson County. And then it says that in order for them to have intervener status and be able to file in court, it said that they had to put up an appeal bond. Now, if you look up appeal bonds, it will tell you that an appeal bond can be anywhere from 1 to 15%. And so it has to be 1 to 15% of whatever the other party would stand to lose. Well, Ballot Health was a $3 billion organization at the time. And even at the average appeal bond is 2%. Yeah, I said all that to her. Yes, I said it. So here's the thing. If you require an appeal bond, you are limiting my access to the courts. You are limiting my access to due process, which violates the Constitution. So that would make that a federal issue. She then says to me, oh, well, you should probably go down the hall and talk to Lamar Alexander's office because he's the chair of the health committee. He's on the health committee in Congress. Like, go talk to Lamar, because Lamar Alexander was Tennessee at the time. And she wanted to pass the buck to Lamar. Now, here's the difference between me and Angie in that meeting. Angie is motherfucking starstruck. Angie literally had her phone under the table, like trying to get a little picture of Marsha sitting at the table. So Marsha offers to take a picture with Angie, which I take. I took Angie's phone and I took the picture of her with Marsha Blackburn. Yours truly passed. I said, no, thank you. I don't desire to have a picture with you. I'm all good. No, thanks. So after that, we did go to Lamar Alexander's office. I did sit in there with his little, I think her name was Holly, some shit. And we talked for a minute. She, in turn, also passed the buck. And so now let me set you up for the phone call that we got coming down the road. So we've now left Washington, D.C. We are coming back to Northeast Tennessee. I'm sitting in the passenger seat. My friend is driving, and Angie is sitting directly behind me in the back seat behind the passenger seat. Okay. Now, when Chuck Flint, Marsha Blackburn's chief of staff at the time, when he calls Angie, who Angie is the one who set up, hard fucking pass on the pick. Ugh. So when he calls Angie, what he doesn't know is that Angie has him on speakerphone. So I can hear him, and so can the driver. And he proceeds to ask Angie why she didn't let them know it was going to be me in the meeting. And she said, I told you it would be like 3 to 5 of us. And he said, yeah, but you didn't say it was going to be Dani Cook. And she said, well, nobody asked me for names. Y'all just asked me how many people, and I told you how many people. And she said, why does it matter who it is? And he said, well, I mean, so maybe, no, she's the one who set up the meeting. So check this out. She's the one who set up the meeting because she's the county commissioner. So she, as the county commissioner, reached out to the congressional office and said, hey, I reached out to the Senate office and said, hey, we want to set up a meeting, right? And so I'm listening to him on the phone with her, right? And she says, well, what does it matter, right? What does it matter? I told you all it would be 3 to 5 of us, 2 of us showed up, blah, 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 blah. And he says, well, we like to know who's coming. I mean, maybe if we had known it was going to be Dani Cook, we would have had someone else there, right? Y'all leave the trolls alone, please. And he said, maybe we would have had someone different to who maybe was more whatever. And then he says this. He said, well, because she was... Well, then you plug it up. I already gave you a charger. Here, give me your phone. Give me your phone. Nope. You need the other one. Get the white one that I plugged up, sissy. In the wall, right there. So then he says, well, you know, the staff came. Mila, I'm not. You either get it or I'm not helping you. So he said, well, the staff said that she was quite aggressive with the staff. And Angie said, she wasn't aggressive. I was sitting in the room. She wasn't aggressive. Hold on one second. I'm starting to like not be happy, okay? Because you're not listening and you're not listening on purpose. And that's not cool.
I didn't know what.
Yeah, well, yeah, you did because you didn't look. Here. All right. So he says to her that I was quite aggressive, slightly aggressive, whatever the damn word was. But it was aggressive, right? Exactly, Dizzy. So help me. So now, number one, all I was assertive. I was not aggressive. I was assertive as fuck. Exactly, Donna Ski. Same thing. So follow me. So we get off the phone and I said, hey, Angie, give me Chuck's phone number. And she does. She proceeds to give me the phone number that Chuck just called her from. So I'm sitting in the front passenger seat and I called Chuck on the fucking phone in front of Angie and my friend who's driving the car. And I said, hey, Chuck, this is Dani Cook. No, the driver of the car is also white. and Chuck goes, do we know, have we met? And I said, no, I don't believe that we have. But my understanding is you just called Sullivan County Commissioner Angie Stanley. You had some concerns about my interaction with staff today. He said, no. I mean, you know, like not really concerned. It was just that, you know, the normal protocol is that we get the names of the people that are coming to the office. And I said, well, did you ask her for the names? It wasn't like a secret. It was all over my social media that I was coming today. Like, and he said, you know, we like to know who's coming because it's protocol. And you know, that way we can be informed and that way we have a track record of who's coming. And I said, really? I said, because I heard that you had concerns that I was aggressive with staff today. And I wanted to inquire what I did or said that was aggressive. And he said, no. I mean, I don't recall. And this is what he said. I don't recall saying that. And I said, you don't? And he said, no. I said, you just said it 2 seconds ago to Angie that I was slightly aggressive. No, I mean, no, it wasn't really that. I said, well, that's exactly what I heard. And I said, so I just want to make sure, Chip, that we're all good, Chuck. And I got off the phone. Now, let me share with you all what happened next. So we ended up getting off to get Chinese food. We pulled off the exit to eat. And when we get out the car, when we get ready to get out the car, Angie's in tears in the back because I say to her, do you see why the fuck I didn't wear red lipstick, Angie? Do you see why I didn't wear red lipstick? Because just being assertive and refusing to let people bullshit me got you a phone call from Marsha Blackburn's office claiming that I was fucking aggressive. This is why, Angie, I didn't wear black lipstick, even though I'm hot fucking yellow. And she's in tears and she was like, I just didn't know. No. So this is my experience with Angie Stanley. Because fragility, though, Dizzy, because fragility, okay? So fast forward, I want to give you a little bit of data, hey, Warner, about the region where I'm from. Are y'all ready? Well, first, before I do that, give me one motherfucking second. Because we're going to do the thing today, folks. We're going to do the thing today. Give me one sec. I hope somebody's got Angie watching by now, because I know y'all back home like to talk about stuff. So I hope somebody let Angie know that I'm talking about her ass right now. And Angie, I hope you are listening. I really do hope you are listening. Give me a second. I am looking for the there goes my ass. Yeah, we're gonna talk about every bit of this. So Angie is at a sorry y'all, I'm multitasking. So Angie was at a little like town hall, whatever thing a couple of weeks ago, where she proceeds to talk about, Chris, where she proceeds to talk about her opponent, and that her opponent is supported by radical leftist, Black Lives Matter, blah, 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 blah people. My response was, Angie, before you start going all the way down this motherfucking road, because Angie is endorsed by, supported by Diana Harshbarger. Like, that's whose PR team she's got working for her. That's who she is. This is who she has hitched her political ride on the tailcoats of Diana Harshbarger. Okay. And so my response to her is, appreciate you, Dani girl. My response is, I want you to remember, as you go down this road in your quest to become the Sullivan County mayor, and you are using all of these national trigger words like Black Lives Matter activists and Antifa and all of this. While you're doing all of that, I want you to remember that I have every motherfucking text you ever sent me, every screenshot that you've ever sent me, every image, every picture that you've ever sent me. I have them. From every meeting you were in. I just want you to remember, as you go down this path, people are not happy about that, and I don't give a damn. So I'm minding my own business, and I get told I need to check out an interview that Angie did 10 days ago with somebody by the name of John Fredericks. Do y'all know who John Fredericks is? Anyway, Angie was interviewed on John Fredericks 10 days ago. Okay. Right-leaning Nashville-based media dude. And she's a perfect example of why we keep all the fucking receipts, Cheryl. All of them. So I'm going to play for you Angie's interview, and then I'm going to talk to you about the demographics of the region where I'm from, where Angie is running to be the mayor. Y'all ready? So, oh wait, I need, it's a window. It's this window. Boom. Can y'all see that? You can. We love that. Look at this motherfucker right here. Here we go. So this is Angie Stanley. And I'm going to push play.
Some candidates of middle-sized.
Whoops, hold on.
Middle-sized America in more
Shit. Hold on, TikTok.
areas. Angie Stanley, a Republican candidate for mayor in Sullivan County, Tennessee. Now, you probably ask me, where the hell's that? Well, that's the Tri-Cities area. It's Kingsport and all those good cities up there in the corner of Tennessee. Angie, good to have you with us. You're running for mayor. Why are you running for mayor of Kingsport, and what are you going to do differently
first
that
of
other
all,
mayors
the
have not
first thing
done?
she should have done when she opened her mouth was say, I'm not running for the mayor of Kingsport, dumbass. I'm running for the mayor of Sullivan County, Tennessee, which that's the tree of life. So while Kingsport is in Sullivan County, Tennessee, she's not running to be the mayor of Kingsport. She lives in Kingsport, but she's running to be the Sullivan County mayor, which inside Sullivan County, there's also Bristol, there's also Blountville, there's also Bluff City. Like, Sullivan County is not just Kingsport, but she didn't bother to correct that because whatever. Here we go, though.
In Sullivan County, Tennessee. Now, you probably ask me, where the hell's that? Well, that's the Tri-Cities area. It's Kingsport and all those good cities up there in the corner.
He couldn't even name any other fucking city. That's Kingsport. It's Kingsport, Bristol, Johnson City. That's called the Tri-Cities. But keep going, sir.
Of Tennessee. Angie, good to have you with us. You're running for mayor. Why are you running for mayor of Kingsport, and what are you going to do differently that other mayors have not done there?
Hey, Jody.
Thank you, John, for having me. I really appreciate it this morning. I'm running for mayor because Sullivan County is my home here. I am a small business owner of 36 years, and I'm a former Sullivan County commissioner. From 2014 to 2022, I served our county for 8 years. And I'm currently the vice chairman of our school board.
Okay, so you're chairman of the school board.
So here are the reasons she's running for mayor. Because this is her home, because she used to be a Sullivan County commissioner, because she's a small business owner. No, I did not change the speed, y'all. And she's on the school board, and she's the vice chair of the school board. So those are the reasons she's running for Sullivan County mayor. Not, I told you, where I'm from, people talk like this. So here's my thing. Not because, anyway, let me just finish.
If you become mayor of Sullivan County, what is your position on ICE agents coming in to get rid of criminals and other people that are that should be there?
So if you become mayor, listen, y'all. Hey, girls. Hey. Too loud. I love you, mean it, but too loud. If you become mayor, what's your opinion on ICE? Now, can I ask you all something? No, that's not Don Lemon interviewing her. It's John Fredericks, a right-leaning media person. So let me just ask y'all something. Yes, Kingsport does have its own mayor, but the mayor in Kingsport, Tennessee, the actual city mayor, doesn't run the city. Actually, the city manager runs the city. But that's different than the county. So, and for you all, if you don't know why Sullivan County, Tennessee matters, it's because Sullivan County, Tennessee is the 9th largest county in the entire state. Did you hear me? Sullivan County, Tennessee is the 9th largest county in the state. Girls, you guys got to play softer. I love that you're playing and having fun, but just not so loud. So listen to the question that he asks her first and foremost. Listen.
Coming in to get rid of criminals and other people. School board. If you become mayor of Sullivan County, what is your position on ICE agents coming in to get rid of criminals and other people that are that should be there, that are there illegally? Because you've got illegals in Sullivan County, no doubt.
You've got illegals in Sullivan County, no doubt about it. Really, sir? Based on what? You've got illegals in Sullivan County, Tennessee, based on what? Because let me just let you all know, in Sullivan County, Tennessee, does anybody know the demographics of Sullivan County, Tennessee? Because I do.
Okay, yeah, I messed up.
So Sullivan County, Tennessee, just so you all know, is over 90% white. The entire county's population is over 91 to 93% white. Now, the city where I grew up in is about 95% white. But Sullivan County, Tennessee is 91, 92% white. The Hispanic population in the county is less than 3%. I just want to give you all that. So in Sullivan County, Tennessee, a county that has roughly 162,000 people in the entire county. In the entire county. Why? Oh, I'm looking at census data from 2004. I'm on the census website. White alone percentage is 94%. Black alone percentage is 2.6%. American Indian and Alaskan Native alone, 0.5%. Asian alone percent, 1%. Native Hawaiian and other Pacific Islander alone, 0.1%. Two or more races, 1.9%. Hispanic or Latino percent is 3%. Not white alone that is also not Hispanic or Latino is 91.6%. So what does that mean, you all? So you do all understand that Hispanic and Latina is not a race. That is an ethnicity. They are included, Hispanic and Latina people are included in the white race. Okay? So white total is 94%. White that aren't also Hispanic or Latino is 91.6%. So almost 92% of the county. So what I want to fucking know is, right? Are all the white people in Sullivan County illegals? Are all the white people in Sullivan County, are those the illegal immigrants we're talking about? Because that's the majority of who lives here. So let me keep going.
About it. I know that my son pitched one summer for them. I think the Kingsport Axemen and the Apple.
Wait, my son pitched for them? So your son played baseball, and that means you know there are illegals there, right, sir? With your racist ass? Fuck you.
Happy League?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So I went there once, and there was no doubt that you got illegals there. If you're mayor.
Wait, I went there once, so there's no doubt you got illegals there. I went to a baseball game in Kingsport, Tennessee, and there's no doubt you got illegals there. Now, Kingsport, what is this saying about you? Because this man said he came to your town one time, and he can guarantee you got illegals there. Based on what? These people are literally spitting in your face, and you think that this is the road you want to go down. But here we go. Let me keep going.
ICE comes in. How are you going to handle that?
I'm 110% supportive of ICE coming in here. We have I
am 110% supportive of ICE coming in here. So for everybody who lives in Northeast Tennessee, can I give you guys a just a little bit? Do you all want to know? Hold on, y'all. I gotta. Okay. So first of all, here's what I would say. to all of my ICU nurses who work at the VA Medical Center in Johnson City, Tennessee, which is neighboring next door in Washington County and a little bit more diverse than Sullivan County. Please be careful if you decide that you want to be a decent citizen and try to protect your neighbors. Really. So for all of you VA workers at James H. Quillen VA Medical Center, be careful, because she's 110% behind ICE coming into this community. Here we go. Here's some more. And I want you all to remember that this is 10 days ago. So this interview is done after Nicole Renee Good has been murdered by ICE. She is doing this interview after Nicole Renee Good has been pew-pewed in the face in Minneapolis.
Amazing sheriff here in Sullivan.
If your mayor and ICE comes in, how are you going to handle that?
I'm 110% supportive of ICE coming in here. We have a amazing sheriff here in Sullivan County. He does a great job. We've got a lot of drug problems and stuff.
Nothing, Bailey, has
We're in the
happened to
center
my
of 81 and I-26, which is a huge corridor of the drug trafficking and stuff.
So wait, she said we're at the intersection of 26 and 81. Girls, hey, girls, I'm going to need you guys to go play in your room because you're just too loud on the couch. You're too loud. I know, and I love that you're laughing, but you're laughing too loud. So listen, she said, I just want you all to hear the whistle blowing that's being done. Y'all listen to me. When she says we're at the intersection of 81 and 26, right? Which is where there's a lot of party favor trafficking being done. The very fact that you are mentioning party favor trafficking in a conversation about immigrants is racist and absolutely not accurate. Do y'all hear me? It's not accurate. The majority of trafficking of the F substance that gets into this country, right, is carried by Americans. It is carried by American citizens bringing it across the border, not by undocumented immigrants. That's not where it's coming from. And by the way, in our region, while we do have an ethanol problem in the region, one of the biggest problems in the region is meth. It's the substance that sounds like math, but it ain't math, right? That's the biggest issue. Why? Because it's cheaper to make. So I just want you all to be clear that what Angie is doing right here, right? And the biggest issue that we had, exactly, Blue Honey Pot, the biggest issue that we had in our region was the, how do I say this without TikTok getting me in trouble, was the stuff that was coming from physicians. The stuff that was coming from physicians was the biggest issue in this region. But let me keep going.
I'm very supportive of us coming in here and making my community safe.
What do you think about what Mayor Fry is doing in Minneapolis?
Crazy, you know. Let our men and women do their job out here. They risk their lives every day to protect us, and just let them do their job. We have so many people out here that are being affected by these illegals. I've had some of my clients, one of my clients, that their daughter just got killed by an illegal immigrant, hit him head on, and it was his third DUI.
Now I'm going to stop right here. So when she says, I have a client whose daughter was unalived by an illegal, number one, her client's daughter lives in fucking California, not Sullivan County, Tennessee. That's number one. Number two, Angie, I swear on everything good and holy, you don't want to talk to me about people drinking and driving. I swear on everything good and holy, Angie Ward Stanley, you do not want to have a conversation with me about people drinking and driving. I don't mess with people too often. I don't mess with people too often. Like, with your business is your business, but I'm gonna be very clear when I say this, and I mean it. If you keep continuing to promote racist bullshit that is dangerous to human beings, expect for people to call you on the motherfucking floor. And while it might not be the white men who sent me your video, Angie, because that's who did it. Let me tell y'all something that gets me, and I'm going to say this clearly, okay? Here's what happens in Northeast Tennessee. One moment. Girls, I can't ask again because now you're being rude. I love that you're playing, but go play in your room because you are playing too loud. So let me just be clear about something, folks. Let me just give you a little bit of something. So here, see if you all know places like this. Can I give you guys just an example of places that we all know? Can I give you all places that we all know? They are adorable, Terrence, but they loud as hell, and they need to not be so loud. Okay? So, yeah, no, I'm not a Sagittarius. I'm a Taurus all damn day. Oh, I don't give a fuck. Angie can call me aggressive. She can do whatever she wants to. I don't care. Because I have receipts for everything that I'm about to say. Maybe, Cam. So let me be very clear about something, folks. Okay? Where I grew up, which is in Sullivan County, Tennessee, I can tell you right now that I know of an elected official who, when they were in high school, they was out drinking. Yeah, red lipstick time, Angie. When they were out drinking on the lake with their friends, right? And they ran a boat up into somebody else's property and damaged some stuff because their daddy was an elected official somewhere. Nobody got in trouble. I remember going to a prominent attorney at home. He's not as prominent anymore. His daddy was. I remember going to parties at the judge's house where his son had the parties, and it was teenagers, right, doing whatever. Right. So listen, let me tell you something. Just because you've never been convicted of a DUI don't mean your ass don't drink and drive. That ain't what it means. This story irritated my soul because she said, and this was his third DUI. So let me just back her up for just a second while she tells the story. Because let me just say, I'm going to say this real quick. Angie, my one comment to you on this subject is contigo. That's my one comment, Angie, on this subject is contigo. Now I'm going to play the rest.
One of my clients, that their daughter just got killed by an illegal immigrant, hit him head on, and it was his third DUI. This was out in California. So
it was out in California. So how is it relevant to Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Law enforcement and ICE agents whenever, they do come in to your town. I mean,
President Trump is evaluating implementing the Insurrection Act in Minneapolis and Minnesota and bringing in federal troops. Are you in favor of that in Minneapolis based on what you've seen?
Absolutely.
Why?
These protests and stuff has got way out of hand, and I support our president 100%.
So all the protests have gotten way out of hand? Huh. Really, Angie? Because I'm cool with sharing pictures of us at the protest, but here we go.
So, if you're mayor of a town like or a county like Sullivan County, what would be your position if protesters came in there and started destroying things?
If they started destroying things, I would get a hold of the governor and our sheriff's department. I would work very closely with our men and women in the sheriff's department. Our Sheriff Jeff Cassidy here is amazing. He's done a great job, and I would get with him and with the governor and talk about the National Guard.
Right, Warner, not a leading question at all.
Tell us a little about the growth you've seen in that northeastern corner of Tennessee, which kind of called the Tri-Cities area.
We've had a lot of growth here, people moving in from out of state.
We've had a lot of growth here in the Tri-Cities. What do you all think about that? They have a big recruitment trying to get people to retire here, right? So let me give you an idea. In 2 years, it went from being 162,135, right? To, oh, hold on. I want to make sure. Let me pull census. Hold on. I got to find the right one. Where the hell did it go? Yeah, so it grew from 162,135 to 163,352 for the entire county. I did. Angie Ward Stanley is running for Sullivan County mayor. Let me let her keep going, y'all. Damn, how did this quit doing? But it did. It quit. Hold on, sharing. All right, here we go. Let me just let her.
It's made our taxes, our property assessments go up here double. And that's one of the reasons that I'm running, because, you know, we have a lot of people that are elected here, and they're rhinos. And
they're rhinos.
I want to bring my conservative.
I wonder how many dog whistle words she can use in one interview. They're rhinos.
To the mayor's office, because when they're sitting here raising taxes on people and their assessments have doubled, your everyday citizen here is struggling. And I want to bring to our county what I did as a county commissioner and as a school board member.
Which is what? What did you
do?
Good
for you. I like the fact that you're running for mayor there. It's a really growth area. So it's kind of fun. Of course, we own a pretty big station in Nashville, so we're kind of removed from the area. But I've been there. I've always enjoyed my time there, and I know that you're going to do a good job.
He's enjoyed his time there. The one time he came to Kingsport for a fucking baseball game. He's always enjoyed his time there. That one time he came to Kingsport for a baseball game.
To get elected. Now I got to get to the only questions that really matter for us. If you're not a Titans fan, you're banned.
So he now starts to talk about football. Like, who do you think should be the Titans coach? Blah, 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 blah. That's the thing that he says next, which I don't really give a damn. Here's what I care about. So let me go back. I'm going to review a couple of things. So in the Tri-Cities, let me tell you what we have in the Tri-Cities. So in the Tri-Cities area, which is comprised of Washington County, Tennessee, which is where Johnson City is, which is where East Tennessee State University is, which is where the James H. Quillen VA Medical Center is, right? That's the Tri-Cities. Then you have Sullivan County, Tennessee. Sullivan County is where Bristol is, which is also the Bristol Speedway. Y'all like NASCAR? If y'all ever seen that little Geico commercial where the little gecko is standing in the middle of the road and his foot is on one side of the street and on the other, and it says Bristol, Tennessee, and Virginia, that's Tennessee, right? It borders Washington County, Virginia, by the way. Okay. I'm born and raised. No, she's not already in office. She's not in terms of mayor. She's the vice chair of the Board of Education in Sullivan County. But she's not been elected mayor. She actually lost the last mayoral election. And where she Sullivan County, y'all, is where I'm from. Okay? Just so we're clear. Right, it's Bristol, baby. So if you are familiar with the area, okay? So you've got Bristol, which is where the Bristol Motor Speedway is. It's also where the largest medical monopoly, legally sanctioned monopoly, was created by the state legislature. Okay. That's the region. The region itself, Sullivan County, is 94% white. 94% white. When you look at the rest of the statistics about the area, oh, where did this one change? It changed where I had it at. Let me see if it'll go back. Nope. It's because I took too long and it signed me out. Hold on. Where did it go? Is this it? Okay. Yes. All right. So will it be helpful, you guys, if I shared where I'm looking at on the census with you all? Yes. And Kingsport does have Eastman. Thank you, Chris. I was getting there, but you got me right on board. All right. So let me give you, so how many of you all are familiar with Eastman Chemical Company? Any of you all familiar with Eastman? Eastman is huge. Globally, it is headquartered in Kingsport, Tennessee. I would hazard a guess that Eastman has some immigrants living there. I would hazard a guess that there might be some folks that Eastman have recruited to work there. They're a little bit diverse. Nope, not East. You just got to say Eastman Chemical Company because it's oops, hold on a second. So Eastman Chemical Company spun off from Eastman Kodak to be an independent corporation. Eastman Chemical Company in 94 completely spun off from Eastman Kodak. So Eastman Chemical Company is a huge global, and we can talk about Eastman another day. We can talk about the leaks that happen into the Holston River. We can talk about what's happened to the water areas around. We can talk about Eastman Chemical Company asking the EPA to allow them to increase the level of carcinogens that are in the air. We can talk about all of that, right? But I just want to be clear that when Angie says I would welcome ICE into the region, I would wonder. Hold on a second. I would wonder what Mark Costa's view of that would be. I wonder how Mark Costa would feel about ICE coming into the region where they have non-white employees that are there as contractors and that sort of thing. I wonder what Mark Costa's opinion. I even wonder what Alan Levine's thought would be. Because in 2020, Ballot Health was in Forbes magazine as being one of the most diverse workplaces in the state of Tennessee. Did you all know that about Ballot? See, I can find one good thing to say about Ballot Health. So I'm going to wait a minute. I'm going to pause a second before I decide to put out anything else. But I can tell you right now that how can I say this? I'm trying to kind of figure out how I'm gonna do this, okay? But when right, which wolfhounds, right? Since when did I have 2 accounts? I've always had a backup account, Prime. I have 1 backup account. There are a couple of other accounts that are pretending to be me, but they're not me. Yeah, I have 1 backup account. That's it. And always have. Yeah, Becky, I don't know why you had to refollow me. I'm not really sure. Yes, Cam is correct. That's the answer right there. So, for those of you all back home, do you all think that you have an illegal immigrant problem? Sullivan County, Tennessee. Do you think you have an illegal immigrant problem? Sullivan County, Tennessee. Do you all want ICE on your streets? Do you? Because I doubt you do. And I can guarantee you Washington County doesn't. Angie, your attempt to connect immigration and ICE to the substance issue in the region is a racist technique that has always been part of the Southern strategy. Let me say that again. Angie Ward Stanley, your attempt to draw a connection between undocumented, unauthorized immigrants and illegal distribution routes for substances. It's a racist dog whistle that has been used as part of the Southern strategy throughout Republican politics as long as it has existed. And if we're being frank and if we're being honest, right? For the people in the region who have grown up there our entire lives, it is not the Black and brown people that are responsible for the party favor problem that exists in the region. It's not a thing. I don't do troll accounts with 0 followers and 0 following, right? I do not want to, I have 0 desire to be nasty, right? What I will do, though, is call you out on your bullshit. Angie, the same way that you sat with me throughout that protest with Ballot Health, and you saw me call everyone out for their bullshit, is the same way I will do it with you. The same way. John Galt, you have 60 seconds to join my panel. Okay, John? If you want to have a conversation with me, you can join this panel in 60 seconds or be muted. I don't care which one. Let me just be clear about something, you all. Oh, Dani, I don't know if she is or not. I don't know. But I want to say something. When you say, oh, well, you guys definitely have illegals there. Based on what? Yeah, this is that Angie. Yes, Jody, this is that Angie. Yeah. Yes, Philby, she is Republican. Yeah, but she's more than just Republican. She's MAGA. And there's a difference, you all. Because let me tell you something. It was Republicans who sent me the video of her. No, I actually offered to have the person with the opposing opinion join my panel. Yeah, so see, so like asking someone to join your panel is not liking opposing opinions. It's literally me inviting your opposing opinion to the fucking panel. Pay attention, y'all. This ain't hard. This is not difficult. You can have an opposing opinion. And you can have a conversation with me on the panel. We can do all of that. What you won't do, though, is spew lies and bullshit and misinformation in my chat just to distract people and not be woman or man or person enough to back your shit up on the panel. That's what I won't let you do. Okay? This is not hard. If you disagree with me on something, you can disagree with me. Come to the panel. Not hard. Now, here's the problem that I have. What the problem that I have is anybody. But I guess I take special interest because A, this is where I'm from. B, I know you, Angie. And you know how much I know. You know how much I know. And I have zero desire to talk about your personal shit. I have zero desire to talk about that. I will only talk about what is relevant to the things that you say. Okay, so you're getting invited, Prime. You got muted yesterday. You're back today. Join the panel before you get muted again.
Choo-choo.
Yes.
Bella hit me.
Bella, come here.
Choo-choo, gonna have some snack?
Yes. Did you hit her, yes or no? Did you hit her, yes or no?
No.
No, I don't know what the rest of that was. What is it? Yes or no? Yeah, I can tell by the way you're standing there. The answer is yes. Right? Yes or no? I need you to use your words. Yes or no? Yeah. Okay. So here's what we need to do. I need you to sit on the couch and take a technology break. You and Mila were what? Mm-hmm. And what?
That's what we were doing. Mila was trying to.
And Mila was trying to what?
It was fine, but when I said I didn't want to play the game,
Mm-hmm.
after Mila kicked me, and I was,
So did you kick your sister?
no.
No, Mila, come here, because you will not admit to shit. Come here. Did you kick your sister? If you lie, if you don't tell the truth, then you get in big trouble.
Okay.
So did you kick your sister?
Mila hit me more after that when I was on the check.
And you hit your sister? Okay, so here's what I want you all to do. Both of you. No devices. You sit on one end of the couch. You sit on the other end of the couch. Don't touch each other.
Okay.
And you're there for 10 minutes. Mods, can you give me a 10-minute deal, please? I need a 10-minute timer. All right, I'm back. Thank you, Witch. All right, so listen, folks. When we are talking about what people are saying and doing, I'm going to hold you responsible when you are running for office. Like if Angie wasn't running for public office, I wouldn't give a damn that she's saying bigoted, racist shit. It would be horrible and unfortunate, right? But I really wouldn't give a damn. She would not get this much time of my life. I only care because she is running for office. It's the same thing that I've said about Donald Trump. I don't care about Donald Trump as an individual. He can be the most horrible person ever. But I only care because he is the president of the United States of America, which means the things that he says and that he does have an impact on people's lives. That's it. I don't care if he and Melania sleep in the same room or different rooms. I don't care. I don't care if the man wears a diaper, to be honest. What I care about is they are in positions that impact everyone else. And when you say there are people in the region, but they're rhinos, well, guess what? You have to represent everyone. Whether that's a rhino, whether that's a MAGA, whether that's a Democrat, whether that's an independent, whether that's a democratic socialist, whether that's a Christian, whether that's an atheist, whether that's an agnostic, whether that's a Muslim, no matter what that is. That's who you represent. The entirety of your constituency. Period. So when you say things that are dog whistles for the Southern strategy, when you say things like that, I'm going to hold your feet to the fire. Now, if I just wanted to like create havoc and shed a bad light on you, I would show the pictures from the party. I would talk about the events, right? If I just wanted to do those things, if I was only interested in like going viral and I would do all of that shit. But that's not what interests me. You need, and I don't think that you will, but you need to drop out of the race. I don't believe that you will, but I believe you should drop out of the race. You're not qualified to do the job. You're not unbiased enough and unprejudiced enough to do the job. But you are absolutely not in the best interest of the people. You're just not. For those of y'all who do not know, how many of you all are familiar with, hold on. How many of you all are familiar with the story about Matthew Hahn? How many of you all know the story of Matt Hahn, a Sullivan County teacher who was fired in 2021 because in his class, he teaches social studies. Hahn, Hawn. Yes, baby.
I'm thirsty.
We'll get something to drink. He was fired in 2021 because he's in social studies. And the class that he was teaching was, I want to say 11th graders. What?
That's what it is.
Okay. So his class was specifically on, if I remember, it's a contemporary issues class. So I want to share with you this so that you all understand the context of the kind of class that he was teaching. Matt Hahn was teaching at Sullivan Central High School in 2021. The class that he was teaching was called a contemporary issues class. And they were discussing, right, race, implicit bias, white privilege, all of those things. And he used a spoken word poem called White Privilege. And parents complained, and then they fired him. That is the county where Angie is running to be the mayor. Yeah, he did sue, Brandy. He did. Yeah, I was there when they had this last hearing. Well, Spinoza, come to the panel and let's talk about it. Because let's talk about the word that you used. Because I would love to see if you know what the word means. Yeah, Dizzy, I know. Spinoza, where are you? Where are you, Spinoza? Can we talk about the word indoctrination, please? Do you all know what it means to indoctrinate someone and what is necessary for indoctrination? Because what is not indoctrination is sitting in a classroom, having multiple perspectives and information shared with you, facilitating discussion, prompting critical thinking about those issues. That's not indoctrination. That's called education, damn it. Indoctrination is putting Bibles in schools and no other religious text. Indoctrination is putting in elementary books that the slaves were frolicking in the fields and singing. That's indoctrination. Hold on one second. Hey, you can come on in. Come on. I'm good.
You got a work order, but
Yep. Just don't say where we live. Don't say what we're doing.
I got you. I got you.
It's not. You can hear it humming, and it was doing some funky stuff.
All right.
Thank you. So let me just be clear. That's not indoctrination. Indoctrination is when you have an organization like the Daughters of the Confederacy that pay the United States government to put Confederate statues all across the country and tell you that they were fucking heroes. Who did that? Oh, hey, you joined.
It is indoctrinating when they're only giving one side.
Okay, so again, this was a classroom. The classroom is contemporary issues in civics and in government, right?
Right. But
So hold on, I'm going to finish and then I'm going to let you speak. Okay? So in that classroom, when you introduce a topic and you introduce a poem and you open up discussion around that issue, how is that indoctrination?
For the time being,
Yeah.
unplug your batteries. That way the noise stops. Those batteries have to be replaced, but those batteries we don't have to stop.
Gotcha.
So I'll let them know that that's what the issue was.
What does that thing do?
It's supposed to be for your alarm for these.
That is why this thing started going off.
Yeah,
So this
yeah.
thing was going off like 2 weeks ago, just randomly. And I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, it starts to go off because that's the main box for that, and that's what starts everything.
Perfect.
So whenever we get more batteries in stock, I'll make sure we'll put you on the list and we'll make sure.
I love
you're
it.
out here.
Thank
All
you so
right?
much. You guys have a good
Yeah,
one.
we'll do that YouTube, huh?
So explain to me how that's indoctrination. Spinoza. I didn't mute you. I sent you an invite to unmute. Spinoza. Are you having technical difficulties? So she's on the panel, but she's not saying anything. There you go. Thanks, Renee. So explain to me how, if you're in a senior level high school course, and the purpose of that course is to discuss contemporary issues in civics, right? And there's a conversation around race and society and government and whether or not white privilege is a thing, all of those different things. And you show a poem and your students engage in conversation about that issue. How is that indoctrination?
Because these kids are not even old enough to vote, and white privilege isn't a thing.
Okay, so first of all,
And that's coming from me, who is white, lives in a predominantly Hispanic community, and I could sit here and say that Hispanic privilege exists here because they get treated different. They get better. They get to go to camps that white people can't go to. Can you imagine if there was camps here where I live and, oh, sorry, you can't go. You're Hispanic.
I can imagine a world where my mother and my father couldn't get married because he was black and she was white. Not a fucking camp. Not a camp. A government law that said my parents get married. So for a second, I'm gonna pause for just a second because I need to speak to something that you said. You said they're not old enough to vote. So should we not educate children until they are old enough to vote?
Leave it. No, you should leave it to their parents.
So hold on, because you got to stop over talking me for just a second. So here's my question. My question to you is, do we not educate our children at all until they are old enough to vote? So now instead of K through 12 school, we only start school when you are 18 years of age. Yes or no? You're on mute if you don't know that.
I think that certain things should be left to the parents, just like sex ed should be left to
But
the
we're not
parents.
discussing sex ed, so we're not going to talk about that. But my question to you is this. So
also be left to the parents.
okay, so this is my question to you. So if the parent, so this is my question for you. Then if parents don't want their children taught in education by education professionals, right? Then those parents should homeschool. And there are millions of people around the country that homeschool their parents. What we also know is that not every parent, so I'm going to give you an example. I am not equipped to teach calculus. I am not equipped to teach chemistry. I'm not equipped to teach those because I am not an educator. I did not go to school to be an educator in those fields, right? So this is someone who is an expert, who actually went to school to be a civics teacher. And when we discuss civics, please don't interrupt again. Dear God in heaven, it's just rude. So this discussion was in a senior level high school course called Contemporary Civics Issues, which means at the time that those children signed up for those courses, those parents agreed to their course material. They know that they are in a contemporary issues course. Period. My question to you wasn't whether or not you think civics should be taught in school or whether you believe that contemporary issues should be taught in school. My question to you was very specific. is, can you tell me how discussing civics issues, contemporary issues in civics, is indoctrination?
My issue is you need to go on both sides.
My issue is, explain to me how it is indoctrination.
Because if you're only giving one side and saying, "Oh, it's white privilege,"
But he
and, "Oh,
didn't.
it's this," well, you
That's not what he did.
literally said.
I said he.
That's what you said.
No, I didn't. So this is why you got to listen. So what I said is they were discussing contemporary issues that exist within civics. And so within civics right now, white privilege, race issues, critical race theory, slavery, voting rights, all of those things are part of contemporary issues in civics. And so as part of that discussion, let me fucking finish. As part of that discussion, he showed a poem. And that poem was from the perspective of a Black woman. And that poem, the title of it was White Privilege. And he showed that poem and they facilitated a discussion around the content within the poem. That is not the only material he showed. That is the material that that parent disagreed with.
Well, she should, because white privilege doesn't exist.
That's not what we're talking about. You can say it doesn't exist. And Espinoza, listen. The question that I'm asking you is the comment that you made. You said that's indoctrination. I'm not here to discuss white privilege with you. I'm asking you, can you define for me what is indoctrination?
Yeah, telling kids only one side of it, which is what that teacher was doing.
How so?
Because he's sitting there saying white privilege exists.
No, he didn't. 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 He showed a poem and facilitated a discussion where high school students in the 11th and 12th grade had a conversation about whether or not they thought this is something that does exist. What did they think about the contents and the elements in the poem? This was what they talked about. He did not say white privilege exists and damn it, you have to believe it. So stop saying that he did something he didn't do.
Well, then did he give the other side too? You're saying
he literally facilitated a discussion. And yes, there were children in the room who said, we don't believe that's a thing.
You literally said he presented something on white privilege.
Okay, let me listen, because you're not listening. And I don't know whether it's intentional or whether you just don't have the capacity. So I'm going to back up and I'm going to say it again. So in a classroom where the course that is being discussed is a contemporary civics class, contemporary issues in civics, as part of that entire curriculum, he showed a poem. And then the reason why I'm mentioning this is because it's the thing that the parents complained about and then he was fired over, and then he won his job back because he sued. But the question is this, right? So first, nowhere did I say he only showed this one poem and he told students that white privilege exists. That's not what I said. What I said is he showed a poem by a Black woman called White Privilege as one part of their curriculum. And then he facilitated a conversation about the poem. In other words, what do you all think about the elements of this poem? What do you all think about what she said here and what she said there and what she did there, right? So that's what it's called. Here's a topic. What do you think about it? And I'm asking you how that is indoctrination. You're on mute.
I see it every day. Like,
I'm asking you a very specific question.
Because they only give them one side.
He did not only give one side.
let me finish.
If you'll answer the fucking question based on the conversation we're having, because you keep saying something that is just not true. And if you want, so this is the part that irritates my soul, because you said they keep showing one side, and I'm saying to you, he did not show one side. They had a conversation about a point.
But what was his point? His point.
He didn't have a point.
Bullshit.
His point was, we are in a class. This is why he fucking won and got back pay. This is why he won in court. This is why students came and testified on his behalf. This is why other staff members came and testified on his behalf. Because people like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that is. No, actually, it's not hilarious. It's sad. It is sad that you, as a grown adult, refuse to listen in order to have a conversation because you are so rooted in the opinion you want to have. You weren't even in the classroom. Let me just tell you how crazy it is. You were not in the classroom and you're telling me what his point was. You weren't in the classroom and you're telling me what his intention was. You weren't even in the classroom. You don't even know shit about the case. You weren't at the Board of Education hearing where I was at, but you're going to tell me what the facts were. It's crazy. It's just wild.
Okay, but you asked me what's indoctrinating. Like, I see it every day. I hear about it every day where teachers and people in the school system are only giving, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe in this one case, it wasn't, but I literally hear it every day.
Well, so analyze where you hear it from. Where do you hear it from?
I work in a school.
So you work in a school system, which is where?
What do you mean it? Which is where? What state?
Sure, yeah. What state? What state?
I live in New Mexico, which is very democratic.
I don't care about that. So where did I ask for the politics of the state? See, this is part of it. So this is the part of the problem. So Espinoza, this is part of the problem. You want to make a distinction whether or not the state is Democrat or Republican or whatever. And that's not part of this conversation. I could care less. I could care less what state you are in terms of it, because do you realize that within any state, you have Republican and Democratic counties, you have Republican and Democratic cities. So like whatever the presidential election is, it really doesn't always indicate the politics at a local level where teachers are engaging. So when you approach something from that perspective, can I finish my sentence?
Oh my God.
I just want to finish my sentence. When you approach something from that perspective, you're missing the entire opportunity to talk about the issue itself. I don't care what state you're in terms of, is it a Democrat or Republican state? I don't care. What I care about is the education system. And so when you say you hear about it, can you give context to that? So when you hear about it, in what way?
For one, I was in a class and the president was coming to New Mexico and the teacher said in front of kindergartners, I hope his plane crashes and he dies.
Okay, so let me say this. One, that's an inappropriate statement for a teacher to make in a school system, period. I think it's an inappropriate statement for anyone to make, right?
Absolutely.
I think that's not indoctrination, though.
Well,
that's not indoctrination.
Okay, so and then also I have a high schooler who comes home and tells me that his teachers, like when Charlie Kirk died, they were all celebrating.
Be careful with your language, please.
I don't know what I'm allowed and not allowed to say.
Yeah, I mean,
that's why I wasn't saying he was,
Yeah.
But they were happy, or they just, it's all about their opinions, and they don't give the other side of it from what I hear from my own child.
Right. So this is what I would say to you about that specific thing. What I would say to you is that if you believe in your school system, you have specific teachers that are engaging in indoctrination, then I hope that you are taking those issues to your school board for them to deal with it. Right? That's what I would say. Number one.
Yeah.
Number two, the next part that I would say is that when you talk about indoctrination, most of the teachers that I know, and I engage with teachers on a regular basis. I'm quite involved in my grandkids' school systems and discussions with them. I have a middle schooler. I have not had a single instance, not even with my middle schooler, where issues have come up where teachers are giving their opinions about the president, about the cabinet, about ICE, about any of those different types of things. And I surely have not seen indoctrination in a classroom. And the reason, I think that first of all, this word indoctrination gets thrown around a ton. Indoctrination, hey, be nice in the comments, guys. We don't call names here. I don't care if you like her or you don't like her. One of the guidelines you see in this room is be respectful, and I mean it. Even if you don't like her, I don't care. Don't call her names. I don't do that here. What, honey?
I think one of the most important things is for people to have conversations, and I think that's what you try to do with people and I think that that's what is needed. And in at least where I'm from and in my city, a lot of what is told to kids is very one-sided, which
can you give me a specific example of something that's been told to your kid that is one-sided?
Abortion.
Okay, so say AB on the app, just to be specific, say AB for TikTok. Okay. And so there was a teacher that said what?
That's the only option that they talk about.
In what way? So can you give me what class would A be in a health class? They were talking about what?
They were talking about if you were to get pregnant as a teenager, what your options would be.
Mm-hmm.
That was the only option that was talked about. And me, I was a young mother. I am adopted myself. There's other options. And I don't feel like it's a teacher's.
So is that the only option that was discussed, or is that the only option that your kid told you about? Because I personally have never ever. So number one, here's what I know about health classes, right? And curriculum. It cannot be presented where that's the only option that's presented to students. Because obviously the first and most natural option is you have a baby and you keep the baby, right? So I just don't believe that to be the case. I've never seen curriculum that would be written in that way, nor have I ever seen a classroom, right? And so that's the issue that I have. And in health classes, so let me give you an example of indoctrination in health classes. So, and I don't know how old you are, but I am over 50. So when I was in middle school, advanced junior high school, and we were discussing AB, right? I actually can tell you that I was shown a video in middle school that was the exact saying that this is how harmful it is. This is and I'll never forget them using the phrase silent scream. And all the, so that is indoctrination. When you show a 13-year-old a video and say, this is how horrible this thing is that they do to babies, and it's called the silent scream, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da, that is actually indoctrination. And I actually went through that personally in school, right? So that's a video I was shown in school. In Tennessee. So see people going, I had to watch that. I had to watch that. 100%. And the truth of the matter is, it's actually not a thing. So, right. So like from a scientific perspective, from a medical perspective, the neurological pathways necessary to have pain receptors don't even develop until much later in the gestational process for that to even be a thing. Yeah, I said in Tennessee, Space Junkie. So, yeah.
I mean, for me, even when I was in school, nothing else was talked about. Like was the only option that they ever discuss here.
When you were in school?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, so
and
here's
so
my
it hasn't changed. And so like for me, for my child to even hear that is like I'm always gonna be an advocate for adoption, and I think it needs to be talked about, but that's besides the point. But like I just think that everything needs to be laid out. Like whether you agree with it or disagree with it, on all aspects, it has to be talked about. And like,
but you just called that indoctrination when Matt Hahn did it. He laid out. So listen, he laid out the issue of white privilege in a classroom, and they were talking about that issue in the classroom. And when he did it, you said it was indoctrination, but now you're saying that it all needs to be laid out.
And I said before this, you're right. I don't know exactly everything that was said in that case. So I was mistaken, but I'm coming from experience, from my own experience, my children's experience.
Right. So go ahead.
There is indoctrinating in the schools.
But this is my point. So this is what I'm saying. So you were talking about your personal experience. And so let me ask you this. When your child came home and said that we were in health class and the only option that they said was an option, the only option they talked about was AB, did you go to the teacher and say, can you explain to me what you all talked about in your health class today?
I wrote an email to the principal.
And so you didn't talk to the teacher?
I didn't go to the teacher, no, because I think that you have to go above
so you don't think that children get things wrong? You don't think that because hey, I don't know about you, but in my experience, children can lie, children can misinterpret, children can not hear correctly. So my question would be,
well, that's why I went to see, like, okay.
But what I'm saying is, like, for me, I start with teachers because the teachers are in the classroom, principals are not, right? And so if I want to know about something that happened in a classroom that my child is in or my grandchild is in, then I go with the teacher and I'll say, hey, my kiddo says the only option you talk to kids about today when they're pregnant was about AB.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then you get the teacher's side. So now I have the teacher's side, an adult, an educator, a professional, and then I have the child side. And now I can have a more well-rounded conversation before I just have a strongly worded email about something that I'm not sure even took place. Right? So when you wrote the email, so when you wrote the principal an email, the principal said what in response?
Get a response.
Did you write again?
I mean, then again, that's why we're also the worst school district in the United States.
But wait, so you're saying you wrote the principal an email and you didn't get a response. Did you write him another email?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
Did you contact the school board? Did you go above the head of the teacher?
This was just recently, so I am just waiting to see if I do get a response.
If you don't mind me asking, how long ago has it been? She's in New Mexico, you guys, she said.
It was in December.
So it's before or after Christmas? I would assume before because they were out, right?
Yeah.
So it's been about 6 weeks.
Yeah, but I mean, with break, I'm not expecting a response during break, and then now probably I was.
But they've been back for almost a month, right?
That's why I'm saying I was planning to reach back out in February because I do know how the school systems work. But it's also like I have to make sure that my child knows. That's where I'm saying, like, I think it has a lot to do with the parents, and the parents need to be the ones teaching and having those open conversations with their child.
So here's my thing. Not all parents are equipped to teach.
But they should all be equipped to just have conversations.
But
right?
no, they shouldn't. Not on every subject. So listen, so if you go back just a generation or two, right? There are parents. I've got an uncle who quit school in the 8th or 9th grade, and he was drafted into the military at the age of 17. They don't have the educational capacity to teach their children. And why would I want parents? Why would I want people who are not experts in that field and are not trained to teach? Why would I want them educating children? If we want our children to be better than us, to do better than us, to achieve more than us, if we want us to excel, why in the world would we not want professional educators who go to school, who go to continuing education, to stay up to date, to be certified, to teach them?
That's where it comes down to like your views and your values, right? Like,
but teachers, we're not talking about views and values.
No, but that's where it's hard, is because I see and I understand what you're saying, how teachers should give both sides. But from what I see,
you keep saying both sides. You keep saying both sides.
Like both sides.
Of
like,
what?
ICE is bad.
But okay, but here's the thing. I don't know what schools you are in, but unless you are in, especially if you're talking about elementary schools, unless you are in a 10th, 11th, 12th grade class, civics class, social studies class, contemporary issues class, kids aren't going to school talking about ICE, and teachers aren't teaching about ICE.
But I guess that's like where it comes in, because at where I work, we have signs up all about how ICE is bad.
No, so what you might have are signs up about what ICE can or cannot constitutionally do at a school system. Because what we know is that those signs, what we know is that ICE is coming into school systems and using and detaining children.
But they're not.
But they are. Would you like for me to give you the names of children? Hold on. But they are.
I appreciate your conversation, and I think what you're doing is good, and I think that conversations need to be had.
But you just said something that
I know I have to get back to work.
And that's fine, but here's my thing, right? You can't say that they aren't doing something when they are in fact doing something.
They aren't though, like that.
But they are. I'm literally looking at who? You don't arrest a fucking 5-year-old. There's no such thing. There's no such thing. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as arresting a 5-year-old. There's no such thing.
His dad took off.
There's no such thing.
They tried
Espinoza, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as arresting a 5-year-old.
Exactly, because it didn't happen.
Listen, number one, he is not the only student. ICE is absolutely going into schools.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
I have to go.
Yeah, well, come back when you want to talk facts again.
It didn't happen. It's been debunked.
So, no, it hasn't. I'm literally looking at the damn court order. I'm looking at the court order that allows them. Schools are no longer considered off limits, just like churches aren't.
Good. Because if they're
nope. Now you want to give your personal opinion about immigration, which I didn't ask that. That's not the conversation at all. Again, don't call her a bitch, you guys. Don't do that. It's not helpful. So let me be clear, you all. Facilitating a discussion and encouraging students to look at all the sides of an issue, right? And the potential for something that is uncomfortable to exist, right? Listen, guys. Well, she's been in here more than once, you guys. She's in here quite a bit, right? But that is not indoctrination. It's important for people to understand that is not indoctrination. And that's the main thing that I really wanted people to understand, is that they throw this word around, indoctrination, when that's not what's happening. Now, I will share with you what is indoctrination. Turning Point USA. That is indoctrination. Okay? An organization like Turning Point USA, that is indoctrination. Okay? So it's really important that we get clear about what things are and what things aren't, because they are only teaching one perspective, right? When you talk about, hold on, let me just look for a second. What you mean? How is it indoctrination? Because they literally are only teaching one side. They are teaching their opinions as fact, and they are literally indoctrinated. So they give them curriculums. They give them, Heritage Foundation does this as well. Heritage Foundation and Turning Point USA, hella, Raja, all of those people. They literally recruited people to come through their America's Academy so that they could give them history from their perspective, so they could give them policy from their perspective, so they could give them, like, that's literally indoctrination. Right? So that's the part that people have to, I mean, yeah, that just is fact. Yeah, that's indoctrination. Which is why Turning Point USA has no business being in public school systems. This is why, and I'm going to say that part again. This is why Turning Point USA has no business being in public school systems. And you should do everything possible to make sure that your school board does not allow them in. Period. Now, I want to be clear about something, right? Is all religion indoctrination? I think organized religion, yes. Yes, organized religion is indoctrination. Right? But people don't want to hear that. So I want to talk real quickly about something, folks. When people want to talk to me about unauthorized immigrants, why do I think what? Why do I think what? Eureka. Why do I think what? Is all indoctrination bad? Yes. Yes. Yeah, indoctrination is bad. Dominic, can you come here? Why do I believe that all religions are indoctrination? Because it's an organized religion. And religion teaches only one side and one perspective of something. Will you ice, please, and some water? And so, yes, when I say that all religions are indoctrination, it is because and the thing that, it determines everything else about your life. That is, in fact, indoctrination. Now, what I think is more helpful is to, if you really want to have a conversation with children about religion, right? Then you show the children different religions. And you let children be able to work out for themselves what their faith is. That is, after all, what even Jesus taught. Like I said this before, and I'm going to say it again, y'all. Jesus did not practice Christianity. Let me be very clear. Jesus did not practice Christianity. It didn't exist. It wasn't a thing. Thank you. And Buddhism is not a religion. Buddhism is a practice. So let me say that again. Buddhism is not a religion. It is a practice. Appreciate it, Sandy. Just so everyone understands that. And how to such would be what? Just I missed what you said, which before that. Yeah, I mean, it's just really important for people to kind of. I saw people that were mad because they were hearing that the monks were going to ask for the oh my gosh, what's his name? I forget his name. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second. Oh, there it is. All right. So let me give you this. So there were people that were talking about whoops. Hold on. I need to get right here. Oh my word, can I find the thing that I want? Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to find this. Yes, Bella.
Can we get on our phones?
You can have your phones back now as long as you all play nicely. If anybody hits or kicks, you lose them for the rest of the day.
Okay.
Do not hit and kick, and I mean it.
Okay.
Okay, go. Why can't I find what I want?
Okay.
Anyway, there were people that were talking about the fact that they want a national holiday for and I'm trying to think of the right damn name. Starts with a V, but I can't think about what it is. Do you know who I'm talking about?
I know you're my class because you're doing this.
Anyway, the bottom line is this. There were people up in arms because they want I forget the man's name who is known as Buddha to have a national holiday and his birth. And people were upset about that. And let me just say this. Why? Why is Jesus the only person within an organized religion that gets a national holiday in the United States? Why does Jesus? Why are Christians mad if another religion or another practice wants the head of their practice? No, it's not the Dalai Lama, Micah. It's not. And that's why I was looking for it. Because they put out a little clarification and I can't find it right now because I wasn't intended to talk about it. Hold on a second.
Oh, look, it's snowing. Oh, look, it's snowing. Cut that figure. This one is real. Oh, ew. Nothing but Mimi, you ready?
Yeah, Vesak, Vesak. They want Congress to recognize Vesak. That is the day that celebrates the birth and the enlightenment of Buddha as a, it's Vesak. That's the day where they currently celebrate the birth and the enlightenment of Buddha. And they are asking, for it to be a national holiday, right? And here's my thing. Why y'all mad? I see Christians up in arms about this. How dare they walk for peace and ask for such a thing? Which, number one, they've been asking for this thing for a long time. Number two, why shouldn't the birth of their religious figure have a national holiday? Why is Christianity the only one who gets one? Why do you care? Take your day off and do whatever you want to do with it. Right? I'm just saying. I literally see, I've seen more rhetoric that is anti-Buddhism than I've seen in a minute, and it predominantly is coming from Christians. Everybody saw the little black Christian dude with his little big speaker and his microphone telling the Buddhists they were all going to hell on their walk for peace. And when the head Buddhist, the head monk offered to shake his hand, he said, "I can't shake your hand." What kind of Christianity is that? I can't shake your hand, Mr. Walk for Peace. What is that? Show me when Christianity in this country has had a walk for peace. Show me. Because I ain't seen it. I ain't seen it. I see Christianity in this country making a lot of people really, really rich. Hey, Joel Osteen. Hey, TD Jakes. Hey, Benny Hinn. Hey, Paula White. Hey, y'all. Hey, Kenneth Copeland. Hey, Jesse Duplantis. Hey, John Hagee. Hey, Charles Stanley. But you got a problem with monks walking for peace. And for some reason, guys, I can't see your comments anymore. It's been an hour since I've been able to see comments. So I don't know if you guys are commenting, but I can't see them. So I'm just saying, people need to stop with this. It's this indoctrination. I literally saw this clip of some Black woman saying she stopped doing yoga because they were calling on spirits with every pose. No, I can see you over here. I just can't see them on Facebook. I can't see Facebook and YouTube comments. I haven't been able to see them for a year. I'm not kidding, y'all. Literally, she stopped doing yoga because with every pose, I guess you're saving me from cat and cow and all of them. They're named after different. It's just the most ridiculous thing ever. Here's what's funny to me about Christianity and some of the things that are said. So let me ask this. How many of you all are Christians or have been Christians at some point in time? Put a 1 in the comments if you practice Christianity. Thanks, Glam. Let me see how many I got. So if you practice Christianity, if you consider yourself to be a Christian, do you believe the Bible verse that says, call those things that are not as though they are? I believe it's Romans chapter 4, verse 17. Let me see if I can find I'm going to do just the NIV version of it. Y'all ready? Let's talk about it. So it is Romans chapter 4, verse 17, and it says, as it is written, quote, I have made thee a father of many nations, in the presence of him whom he believed, even God, who quickeneth the dead and calleth those things which are not as though they are. Yeah, Catholics are Christians, right? How many of you all believe in the Christian ideology of speaking things into existence? Christians, do you all do that? Speaking things into existence. Yes, no, maybe. How many of you all said, I declare it to believe so? I declare it. I decree it. Declare and decree. So somebody tell me how declaring and decreeing is different than casting a spell. How's declaring and decreeing a thing to be so any different than casting a spell or manifestation? Ask and ye shall receive.
Yeah, but that's a pretty small boat, Mila. Really? Yes. It's a big boat till more people don't fall off. No, mine is going to be big and safe, which means more and more people can go in, and more.
Yeah, Helly. Listen, it's not different. It's what do you think the intention of a spell is, Cortina, other than to manifest something? What is the intention of a spell if not to bring something to fruition? So I see prayer and meditation as different things. I see prayer as people speaking about what they desire for something to be. I see prayer as something that you do, and it's from you going outward. I see meditation as receiving from source. I see meditation as alignment with spirit. In my boat's jail. Oh, I know Christians practice a lot of paganism. I know. That's the point that I'm making. So, but again, I'm asking because I see so much of this talk about, oh, this is so horrible that people are coming out to see the monks. You all be careful. They're going to sneak something in. What are they sneaking in besides love and patience and humility and compassion and mindfulness and peace? Share with me, what are they sneaking in? Share it with me. Tell me, what do you find scary about Buddhism? Because I'll tell you what I've never seen in Buddhism. Have you all ever heard of like a Buddhist crusades? Have you all ever seen Buddhism being used to like mass unalive people? I haven't. I've never seen Buddhism be used to subjugate people.
Should I do a black and red chip?
I've never seen it.
I was thinking about making a wooden one. Yeah. How about red? And
I've never been in the middle of dinner and had Buddhists knock on my door saying, please become a believer.
black. Somebody don't put and black. I mean, somebody don't. Oh, I can make a whole thing. I can make it red with this thing, you know? Yeah.
So share with me what it is that makes Buddhists you scared of Buddhism. Yeah, Lisa, I got to. It was amazing. Briefly.
It's a really good idea for our dining room. And our kitchen. Our kitchen can be huge.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Appreciate you guys for hitting the goals. So let me back up for a second, and I want to say this, okay? Oh my geez. All right, I want to talk about a couple of things that are being said now that I've finished my little spiel, my little spotlight on Angie. I want to talk about some of the things revolving around ICE and immigration and all of that. Can we go there? Y'all ready? Yeah, why would I not stay on TikTok? All right, so here we go. Things that I've heard. Let them do their job. Things that I've heard is that you shouldn't carry I'm not scared of Big Brother. Big Brother is every fucking where. Whether it's TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, the data, there's nothing different about the data here versus any time else. So listen, biometric data has been being collected off of this app for however long. Same thing with Facebook. Same thing with all of that shit has been happening. If you really care about your data, there are about 6 or 7 different big data centers, their websites, where you can go through the manual process of removing your information unless you want to pay for one of those services that will do it for you. That's what I would say to you. Other than that, go limit what they can access within your phone, within your own phone. Go into the settings on the app, turn off the ads, turn off the personalization for turn off the personalization for ads, and be done. Okay? But the reality is, you got a damn phone and a TV in your house. Right? So unless you're ready to go get yourself some survivalist gear and go off grid, this is just life. Okay? So let me just say this. I want to talk about first. Let them do their job. So domestic terrorism is not the job of ICE. They do not get to terrorize citizens because they don't, quote unquote, look legal. They don't get to drag pregnant women down the street. They don't get to come into your daycare centers, right? Just real talk. I don't know how to say this, right? When you say let them do their job. If their job is domestic terrorism, then no. People should not just let them do their job. No. Would you have told, let me just be clear, would you have told Mustache Man's troops to just, Anne Frank is hiding, do you say just let them do their job?
I will be your family, dolphins.
Yeah, Kavanaugh is now backtracking on several of those things.
I love dolphins. And that way, we're going to take care of you guys over dolphins. Because
So I just want to be very clear about this let them do their jobs things. I want to be very, very, very clear. The punishment for disobedience is not death. The punishment for caring about your neighbors is not death. The punishment for letting your neighbors know that domestic terrorists coming in government uniforms, that is not death. Just so we're clear. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. You either believe in the Constitution or you don't. And if you don't, number one, I hope to God you're not in public office, because if you do, we need to be working to get your ass the fuck out. Okay? And if you don't, then hopefully one day you'll experience what it's like to have your rights trampled upon. Things that I really, what is what I meant? I can't see some comments. So absolutely, people are entitled to due process. Every person. The Constitution is very simple, and it's very clear on that, folks. When the Constitution is speaking specifically about citizens, it says citizens. When the Constitution is speaking about people and every people, it says that. It says all persons. It says all people. It says persons. It does not say citizens only. And if you have a problem with that, it is an opportunity, and it is indicative of an opportunity that you have, right? That you have some bigotry to explore. And you might not even like me saying that you have bigotry or prejudice to explore, but you do. And everyone has prejudice to explore. Everyone. And if you are about the business of being a decent human being, you want to explore your prejudice. You really do. Okay? Everybody has prejudgment. Everybody has prejudice. Okay? But if this is upsetting to you, if you find yourself having a really difficult time with things that are being said, sit back and ask yourself why. If someone's job is to do something illegal, you don't just sit back and let them do the illegal job. They teach us that in the military. If someone gives you an illegal order, you don't follow it. If somebody else goes to follow the illegal order, you stop them. They teach us that in the military.
And I can see something.
Yeah, we've gone over the book Blind Spot in our subscribers group. So there's no such thing as let them do their job. If what is being told to be done is illegal, then no. That's like saying, your job is to rob a store. No. No. Right? Folks, that type of sit back, mind your business kind of deal is how dictatorships become dictatorships. Angie, I was never given any legal order. I was never given any legal order. Ryan, I don't even know that it is expanding the Supreme Court that is like the number one thing. Number one, I don't believe that the Supreme Court should be a lifetime appointment, and I think Congress should pass legislation that limits that. I think that there should be an amendment to the Constitution. I do not believe that the Supreme Court should be a lifetime appointment. I simply do not. Give me 1 second while I do this real quick. Oh, holy Jesus. It is not going well today. Sorry, y'all. My back is like, hoo-wee, really bad today. Okay. Yolanda, I don't really care about age limits on people. I am not, nope, we do not need term limits. I do not agree with term limits. And let me share this with you all. Okay. This is my perspective. You are free to disagree. You are free to disagree with me. I do not believe in age limits because that is ageism, right? That is ageism. I know people that are in their 70s that are sharp as a tack, fully functioning and doing their job and are incredible. And I don't believe that people should be limited because they reach a certain age. Period. I think that's a lazy way to participate in democracy. See, we have to stop looking for lazy ways to keep the country running. That's lazy. Just like term limits in Congress, that's lazy. Do you want to know why? Because the people are the term limits. If you want people out of Congress, do the fucking work and get them out of Congress. That's lazy. And why do I want someone to be limited to? So listen, you guys ask me all the time. I hear it several times a week. Dani, you should run for office. Would you guys want me to run for office and be in Congress for 1 term or 2 terms max? Would you want me to be term limited? Or do you only want term limits for the people you don't like? Just saying. So the deal is I don't want term limits because if there are really people that are doing the job, I want them in there as long as they want to be in there and as long as they are doing the damn job. What I want is corporate money and dark money taken out of politics. That's what I want. I want dark money and corporate money out of politics. So here's what I want. I want there to be something in place that prevents one person from setting up a super PAC and then waiting until October to get $20 million from Elon Musk, because I don't know if you all know this or not, but anything that is received in October doesn't have to be reported until December. Did y'all know that? Anything that is received, if you're a PAC and you get money in October, it doesn't have to be reported until December, until after the election. So what I want is something that prevents, I don't know what you mean by Jordan flag. I don't know what you mean. I want legislation and loopholes that prevent someone from creating a political PAC, taking $0 until October of 2024, taking $20 million in October of 2024, spending that $20 million for an ad to support Donald Trump, specifically targeting swing states, naming your PAC after RBG so that people think it's a liberal PAC, okay? And then dissolving your PAC after the election and taking down the website. I want things like that to be prevented because that's what happened in the 2024 election. How about that? How many of you guys know about that? There was a PAC called the RBG PAC. They received $20.5 million from Elon Musk's irrevocable trust. In October of 2024, they spent that $20 million on an ad targeting swing states that said Donald Trump doesn't want a national AB ban. That's why I support Donald Trump. And then in December, they reported the $20 million. They dissolved the damn PAC and they took down their website. It targeted Pennsylvania, Michigan, North Carolina, and Wisconsin. And it's called the RBG, as in Ruth Bader Ginsburg PAC. But it had nothing to do with RBG. Nothing at all. And this is not the only one to do it. So I want election laws that prevent things like that from happening. Because right now, there's nothing illegal about that. I know, I invited them up. So tell me why you think that that's okay. No, they spent the money exactly like they were supposed to, Angie. The $20 million was spent on Facebook ads. Account Guardian has been blocked, you guys, because they didn't come up to the panel when they were invited. So here's the thing. It's not about candidates. So you got to understand. So let me just say this to you guys. Okay. When you talk about candidates not being able to lie about another candidate, what's happening now, okay, what's happening now is political PACs that are being funded by corporations are the one buying and doing the ads. The ads aren't coming specifically from the candidate's campaign. That's a different thing. Do you understand? So when you have people that are getting millions of dollars from Elon Musk's irrevocable trust to run, I mean, y'all, $20 million is an insane amount of money. Yeah, PACs are a separate entity. There is a, hold on, HBO. So if you guys have not seen, yeah, these are super PACs, Jennifer, or political. So listen, there are political action committees and then super PACs, and they are different. But I want to show you all something. So how many of you guys have ever seen the HBO documentary called After Truth? It's disinformation and the cost of fake news. How many of you guys have ever seen it? I watched it years ago. Anybody else saw it? It came out in 2020. Oh God, what's his name? What is his name? What is his name? What is his name? Oh my gosh, hold on. I'm looking for this dude's name real quick. Jack Berkman. How many of you guys are familiar with Jack Berkman? Jack Berkman is a Republican political consultant. He is in this documentary and he says on camera I watched it. He says on camera that, yes, they are intentionally putting out fake information. And he goes on to claim, well, if we don't do it, the other side might do it, and we're just going to beat them to the jump. Like they admit that that's the strategy, is to lie to you. I don't know if it's anywhere else other than on HBO Max. I watched it. You remember now? Yeah, let me see if I can find a clip for you. He's a lobbyist. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Videos. Nope, of course I can't. I will try to get it. The name of the documentary is After Truth, Disinformation, and the Cost of Fake News. After Truth, Disinformation, and the Cost of Fake News. That's the documentary's name. Thank you, Michelle. That's it. You got it. Let me see if this is a clip. If this is a clip, I'll play it for you guys. Nope. I was trying to find documentary clip. I'm trying to find this clip for you. Like even CNN did an article about it when it came after Chicago Sun-Times did a thing. So listen, hold on. Let me pull up this Chicago Times article about it. After Truth, HBO documentary explains where the fake news comes from. As victims recount the price of hateful conspiracy theories, perpetrators defend the lying as a legitimate quote unquote weapon of persuasion. That's what they say. So Jack Berkman, who's a far-right political consultant, and there's another dude by the name of Jacob Wall, W-O-H-L. They're in an SUV, right, on their way to a press conference where they have promised to introduce a woman they claim has accused Robert Mueller of SA. Do you all remember this? They are claiming that there's this woman that has accused Mueller of SA. And so they're on the way to this press conference that they have scheduled, saying that they're gonna bring this woman. But they know she's not coming. But they're not going to tell the press that in advance, okay? Because they want the show to go on. And so I'm going to read to you the quote. Quote, you know this, Berkman says to Wall in the car, reporters are lazy and they're dumb. Wall goes on to say, quote, a journalism major. I mean, come on. You would learn to write an article in about 12 minutes, end quote. So prior to the start of the press conference, Wall spots a bus parked down the street and says, quote, looks like they've got a rent-a-mob bus funded by George Soros, right? When New York Times reporter Adam Goldman points out it's just a bus and Wall has no evidence to back up his claim, Wall chuckles and proceeds to send out a tweet about the bust-in mob. Like it's literally in this documentary, you see them in real time perpetuating lies and sharing misinformation that they know is not true, and they're laughing about it. There was no mob. There was no credible accusation against Robert Mueller, right? And so they don't care. They get in their vehicle and Wall says, quote, are we trending? That's the real question. Are we trending? I'm sure we're trending. That is the world that we are living in, folks, where it doesn't have to be true. Stephen Miller put out a tweet calling Alex Preddy. You're watching it now? He put out a tweet. Do you all know this? Calling Alex Preddy and about to be ASSIN, somebody that's coming to take you out. Did you all see that? The White House is not backing him up on it, but I'm going to see if they'll let me say it because I'm going to quote it. All right, so here's the quote. He insisted on social media that there was a quote that Alex Preddy was a quote would-be assassin, end quote, who quote tried to schmurder federal law enforcement, end quote. What? What? Yeah. That should bother you all that they're saying this about someone with literally no proof. No proof, no anything. Just, and I don't know if you all saw when Caroline Levitt was asked about it. She said that, I did, Audra. She said that that they were going to continue the investigation, that they had not seen him referred to in that manner. That's what she said. Stephen Miller said it. Stephen Miller tweeted it on X. My point to you is that, you guys, listen, the disinformation and the misinformation is oftentimes intentional. And if you're not willing to investigate, if you're not willing to confirm, if you're not willing to double check sources, if you're not willing to do, like, guys, the days of being able to just sit back. So right now, I want to, hold on a second. I was frustrated yesterday. Give me 1 second. I want to show, yeah, I want to see this because BBC Verify is showing this. And there's a particular image that I don't know if you all have seen. All right, so listen to me, you guys. There's an image that's going around that I see a lot of progressives, liberals, other people that are sharing. And they are showing, it's the still shot from the video of Alex Preddy and the ICE agents, right? And Hallie, no. I would say no to that. But good, Lynn, welcome. And they used AI to enhance the image, okay? And it shows in this image, you can see Alex Preddy down. You can see the agent that's standing up with the weapon pointed directly at him. And there's another agent that's beside him that's kneeling down. Do you all know the image that I'm referring to? Here's my issue with this image. Okay. And it was even used by some independent media outlets that I respect. And here's the thing that bothers me about this. Is you can clearly see that it has been enhanced by AI. Why do you know that? Because the ICE agent that is kneeling down in the image, you're supposed to knee, but people aren't. But in the image, the agent who's kneeling down, his AI, you know how AI will erase heads sometimes or give people 6 damn fingers, right? He's missing a head. So you know that it has been enhanced. And that thing has spread like fucking wildfire. And while you and I know that that is what happened, using an AI image only gives people an opportunity to not believe that that's what's happened. No, he's missing a head, Nene. Not even a hand, a whole fucking head. So in the image, let me see if I can show you what I mean. Okay, so in the image, I'm going to see if I can. You've got Alex. You have kneeling agent. You have other agent. This looks shitty. Let me do it again in another way. Hold on. And let me tell you what bothers me is I brought it to the attention of an independent media outlet who I happen to know. And so let me see if I can show you. This is Alex. This is the weapon. This is the ICE agent. And then right here is ICE agent number 2. This is ICE agent number 1. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take down my background and I'm going to undo the mirror effect. Okay. So you can see this. Hold on, you too. I'm going to do it for you guys. I think. Video. I'm going to unmirror. Okay. All right. So follow me. So in this image, this is Alex. There's this agent over here. And then this agent that's kneeling down here. The agent that is kneeling down, Callie, don't put links in here, please. The agent that is kneeling down, the agent that is kneeling down, don't put, if you put links in my chat, you'll fuck up my algorithm. Please don't put links in the chat. Do not put links in the chat. And guys, if I say I don't want to share an image, don't share the image for me. I don't share the image because it's a fake fucking image. And I'm literally saying I don't like people sharing the image because it is a fake fucking image. I don't want the image shared because it's a fake fucking image. Oh. Okay, so listen. The problem that I have is the guy that's kneeling, this agent down here, in this image doesn't even have a head. So that is how you know it's been enhanced by AI, right? Now, in the still shot, it might be blurry, but that is what happened. Yeah. But this is the point, is that when you use... Huh? Okay, good girl. So here's my thing, folks. By using an image that has been AI enhanced, you now give people an opportunity to say, you guys are fucking lying. That's not what happened. Right? And you have to use an AI enhanced image to try to make your story. You literally give people a reason to argue with the fucking fact that that's what happened. I don't know what you're looking for. Okay, well, not yet. So see, I just got you lunch. You will have, you're going to eat, but Moodles is not a snack, sissy. And you already had lunch. Did you eat the rest of your lunch? Yeah, do that. She did say she's going to be nice. So here's the problem that I have. I sent a message to. I said you can have a snack. So listen, if you use an image that is fake, you give people a reason to doubt the truth. Even if the video, even if the image shows what really happened, but if the image itself is fake or AI and doctored, you give people the ability to say it's not real. It didn't happen that way. Why do that when you don't have to? The video is enough. Period. And here's what I didn't like. When I said to someone, because I just said, hey, I think the image that you shared in your last post is AI generated because the second ICE agent that's there doesn't have a head in the picture. The response that I got back was, I don't give a fuck. The head can be added in back from another picture. That's what's really happened. Okay, I hear you that that's what really happened. But what's the impact of sharing the fucking fake ass image? What's the impact? You are literally giving them reason to argue with you and say that's an AI image, so it must not be true. And guys, that is from a liberal. That is from a progressive. That is from a liberal, progressive, independent media organization. And the problem that I have with that is, see, this is why I don't have 1 million followers, y'all. Because I won't do that. And I really didn't expect it from the person that it came from. So, let me see if I can. So this is what I said. And I even included and I said, hey, I believe the photo because I don't know if you all saw this or not, but there was a general. And the general had replied to, this general replied to Stephen Miller and replied to Pete Hegseth. And what's up, Carla? And the general responded using that photo. And then this independent media outlet shared the fact that this general responded. Does that make sense? Are y'all following me? So imagine on Twitter, on X, there's a general that responded to Pete Hegseth and responded to Stephen Miller and used this image in his response saying, hey, he was blah, 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 right? And the story that this independent media outlet did was say, hey, this general replied back to Miller and Hegseth with this still shot showing ABCDXYZ, right? And I said, hey, I believe the photo the general replied to is AI generated. The agent kneeling has no head in the pic. The response that I got was, the head may be added from an earlier frame, but everything else is directly from the video. So I honestly don't care what people are saying about it. It's exactly what happened. I do care what people are saying. Because if you want people to believe that that's exactly what happened, you have to use a real photo. Love you, mean it, Kathy. I do care what people are saying. And I would hope that all of us care what people are saying, because public opinion is what matters. You follow me, you all? And you can be on the right side of an issue and still do harm. I really want you all to get that you can be on the right side of an issue and still do harm. I'm trying to see if I can find really quickly. I need this ad to get out of my way. Here it is. So let me tell you because I don't like everything about BBC and the way that BBC reports and what BBC does, but they do have BBC Verify where they do a pretty good job of like verifying some facts, right? And so I'm going to read this for you. It says, alongside real footage from Saturday's unaliving in Minneapolis, we've also been tracking the spread of images of the incident that have been quote unquote enhanced using artificial intelligence and gathered tens of millions of views online. Most of these quote unquote AI enhanced images are based on a single frame from a real video of the shooting where the victim, Alex Preddy, is seen falling to the ground next to a federal agent holding a handgun. As you can see, the rough composition of the scene in the AI enhanced images appears to be accurate, but there are signs of AI manipulation. For example, you can see the head of the agent kneeling on the ground has been erased. Quote, AI enhancement tools don't have some privileged knowledge of the reality that lies between a low quality image. Instead, they approximate what an enhanced version of an image could look like, end quote, warns generative AI expert Henry Adger. So there were other AI images that were attempting to unmask the dude in Minneapolis, right? This bothers me because even though I know what happened, I saw the video, right? Using a fake image can do harm. Using a fake image can do harm when it comes to trying to bring a trial, if there is one on a state level. Using a fake image can do harm because people already have trouble with what is reality and what is not, what is real and what is not, what is AI and what is not. And I just don't believe that we should use AI generated images, even if they depict what happened, because they're not the real image. You know, this is why, like Jen and I and Stacy and I and Lisa and I were talking about the training that Finland does when they even work with their school age kids about being able to detect AI and fake information and false information. I just don't believe credible, legitimate news outlets and media outlets should use AI enhanced images unless you say it's AI enhanced and unless you put the real thing beside it. Like, to me, the way to do that would have been to be able to say the general responded to Miller and Hegseth with a still shot image. It is AI enhanced. However, the video demonstrates it's exactly what happened, right? And then put a real still shot from the video. And being responsible. So I'm just saying, folks, I'm just saying that this is why it can't be about sides. This is why, you know, I talked to another creator today who I respect. And I was a little flabbergasted to hear them say they hope that the next Democratic administration takes a page out of Trump's playbook and legislates through executive order. And I was like, what? I don't want corrupt shit to be done just because it's in my favor or I'm on the team that wants to do it. I don't. I think we should have 3 separate but equal branches of government. I don't. I want Congress to do its fucking job. I want the American people to do their job and elect people to Congress that are going to do their job. Want is for us to I do not want in this effort for the Democratic Party to come out on top to resort to their fucking playbook. No, I don't want us to start to cheat. I don't want us to start cheating in order to win. Just because cheating is fucking easier. We must keep integrity. Must. If not, we are really fucked. So I don't. The path that I want is more difficult. The road that I want is more challenging. It requires more work. It makes you dig in. You're going to have to clean up your own shit and not just worry about everybody else's. The path that I want leads to permanent, healthy, positive change. That's the path. And it's not going to be as sexy, and it's not going to be as fun, and it's not going to be as viral, right? But it will get the job done, and it will create a society that I want my grandchildren to live in. Period. And this is the thing. Yep, gotcha, Sandy. Appreciate you. So this is the part that really matters, people. This is the part that is significant. Because pretty soon, every single one of us is going to have to make a choice as to how we show up in the middle of this shit. Do you want to be about the business of really making it right, making a change? Yeah. So this is my thing. I am not. So this is why I said earlier when people say both sides, guys, both sides is a fucking myth. There's no thing of both sides. Y'all do understand that, right? There are a million sides to this shit. But the reality is like when they make you think both sides, that automatically makes you think one against the other. When you think both sides, you automatically think competition. You automatically think someone's got to win. You automatically think division. There is no both sides. There's never both sides to an argument. There's a whole bunch of sides to different issues. That's it. All there is the issue and all of the potential things around the issue. So, I asked a friend of mine, because when I tell y'all I've never been, like, I'm not a politics kind of girl. I'm not. I'm not no Yale, Harvard graduate, nothing like that. I'm a regular, average, ordinary person. I really am. And so I asked a friend of mine who's far more educated than I am. I said, hey, if you were going to give me like a political label, what would you call me based on what I believe in politics and policy. And he said, I would call you a progressive populist. And so I looked them both up and I looked them up together just to be sure I understood what he was saying about me. And I agree. Right? I agree. I'm aggressive populist. So what does that mean? A populist is someone who is on the side of the average ordinary person, just regular people, the population, the majority of the population, right? I would say that. I would say that the policies that I support are for the people. I would say that I am progressive because I understand that we need to progress. And progress is how you don't get left behind. I want to progress because I understand that in the date and the time and the era in which the Constitution was written, when they referred to men, they didn't mean everybody. Right? And so, yeah, we have progressed to understand that men also includes women, right? And we've progressed to understand that men also means different shades of men. We've also progressed to realize that men means men whether regardless of the level of their income, right? So yeah, give me progress. Give me progress. You know, I am for progress where women now have the ability to get birth control if we want it, and not if we don't, or to become chefs or mechanics or join the military and not just as somebody's nurse. I love the fact that there are men, more and more men who are becoming nurses and teachers. So yeah, I would say I'm a progressive populist. And for me, it doesn't come down to whether or not you say you're a Democrat, a democratic socialist, a Republican, or whatever. It comes down to your policy and how it represents people. And what I have seen is we've got far too much policy that's coming down on the side of corporations over people. And we have policy that's coming down on the side of corporations over people that's supported by every party out there. Just saying. And that's the shift. That's where we're getting to this place where people no longer want to do that. Where people no longer find that acceptable. And that's why it has to change. Thanks, Invisible. Appreciate that. Guys, I said this yesterday and I'm going to say it again. Because I'm dealing with TikTok's new algorithm, I have not opened a panel from the river to the sea. In my link tree, there are direct links for you to support those folks. And I would love for you to do that. So if you were going to do $10 in magic coins, go directly to those links and give them that directly. Appreciate you, Sandy. You hear me? Because that's the best way to help them. And they all need help right now. I know Muhammad OS has the twins. I know they need formula. I know they need formula and some other things. And so that's the way to help them do that. I know that Raja just lost 2 friends because of the Israeli opposition last week. Please get that chair off the hardwood floor, please.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that chair in your room, please, sis. So yeah, don't forget to be able to do that. If someone will translate you can, and just let them know new TikTok rules. And I'm going to have to like hold off on the panel probably, I don't know, at least for another couple days. Because I gotta train the algorithm. Literally, somebody between the river and the sea requested me a couple of times to go live with me while I've been live today. And TikTok literally put up a thing and said their live is restricted. If you go live with them, your live will be restricted. And so that doesn't help me. If I bring them to the panel and then my live gets restricted, that doesn't help, right? So I got to be smart in the way that we do this. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know what that means, Nene. What do you mean they took away emoticons? Fuck. Farah, I didn't even realize today was Tuesday. No, it's not a phone in, Kim, thing. Yeah, that would be good. Yeah, I should be able to go to theirs, which, yeah, I don't even know what day it is. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, if we could do that, Farah, that would be fantastic. Fuck my life. Sorry. Damn. Sorry. Okay. Sandy said, I thought it was Thursday. You forgot to until your reminder popped up. See, and I'm on Do Not Disturb, so my reminder hasn't popped up. Yes.
Not being nice.
She's not being nice?
Yeah.
Why? What'd she say?
She say, she's gonna break my building.
In Minecraft?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Bella, don't break her building in Minecraft. Hey, and you don't break hers in Minecraft either.
I didn't.
Okay. Okay, but listen. When she came in here, she started looking over at y'all before she was telling me the story. And then she goes, I'm telling you, that one right there is that's my EGOT, y'all. That's my EGOT. Emmy, Grammy, Oscar, Tony, all damn day. EGOT. I will take phones. Okay, so drama. All that is drama. I can tell when it's real and when it's not. Okay, so right, Amy, just saying. Okay. So let me go ahead and let me try this really quickly. I want to make sure. Yes. Why don't you and Bella leave each other alone? That'd be fantastic.
I'm not doing anything, and Mila said that I was making a bed, but actually she broke my bill 2 times.
I got you.
And also.
Yes, and she is. Yes, Kat, I can. So Stevie Mac, I sent you a request to join the panel, Stevie Mac. I would love it if you would do that so we can talk about your question. Yes.
Also.
What?
Also, Mila was hitting me.
Okay, I'll handle it. Put your glasses on for me, okay?
Okay.
Mila, come here. Stevie,
Do something.
come here, sis. Because your voice is a little elevated. Okay, listen. Don't hit, okay?
I wasn't hitting.
Okay, well, don't. Okay, why don't you sit right there? Tutu's going to be done soon, okay?
I want to sit on
Well, then you all don't touch each other. Right. Right. Which, Stevie, I'm guessing you're not coming. All right. So let me go ahead and address the other topics that we had really quickly. Okay. Da-da-da. All right. Yeah, I know. Whoop. Damn, that went away really quick. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, and so the thing about it is that's oh, you did, Cam? I am, I think. I just need to do this really quickly. Oh, really? Um, hold on. Uh, the site that I see, progressivepopulist.com, is a domain name that's for sale. What, honey? What? You got to use words for me, honey. Yes. All you have to do is ask. I am cracking up. Do you want to know how I know you're like a troll account that somebody paid for to be here? Is when you are following specifically 493 people with 0 followers of your own. That's a pretty good fucking indication, especially when one of them's me. Like, it's just really funny to me. Like, why? Why me? Like, it's just wild. Like, dead giveaway, to be quite frank. Okay, so right, it's very obvious. Okay, but I want to talk about something because somebody asked me about how we do things moving forward. I've already told you all, I believe the path forward is three things. I believe it's elections, right? Starting with primaries and the midterms. I believe it is communities and hard conversations. And that one's how you make the first one happen. And then I believe the third one is going to be impeachment, starting with cabinet members. And I specifically, this might seem controversial to people, okay? But I don't believe that the impeachment of cabinet members is necessarily going to be done in the order of the ones that are causing the most harm. And the reason why I say that is just because they are causing harm doesn't mean you can get Republican support for their impeachment and removal. I want to spend the next 11 months impeaching and removing cabinet members where you can get them actually impeached and removed. I don't want to impeach somebody that we can't get the numbers behind to remove. I think you're far more likely to get Hegseth impeached and removed before you are Bondi. I really do. Hey, Joshua, right? I've been naming names all week. I've been telling you all my names, right? So I believe Nome is first. I believe after Nome, RFK Jr. I believe McMahon because of education. And I believe Hegseth. I think you are much more likely to get Hegseth than you are to get Bondi or even Patel. And I believe that if you do right, so So Training Pups, I invited you to come up on the panel. Sarah, you too. Hey, Sarah.
Hi.
Hi. So you said, why can't you just acknowledge the election? What does that mean?
Well, this impeachment stuff it kind of makes the impeachment process weak when it's just like impeach.
Well, so did you hear who I was specifically talking about impeaching and removing?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, so who was I talking about impeaching and removing?
You were talking about like Kristi Noem or something.
Okay, so let's take that one first, right?
Okay.
So when you talk about impeachment and removal, the reason that exists is within the Constitution as a mechanism to be utilized is whenever you have people that are in positions and they are running entire departments of the federal government and they are moving outside the bounds of what they are allowed to do and they are violating the Constitution, right? Then that is a mechanism that Congress is able to use as an equal but separate branch of government to ensure the safety of the entire American people and uphold the Constitution. What's up, A Money?
Yes, I understand that.
Mhm.
But then when it is just used politically, like it's not really used because I think it's meant for like when they are doing stuff that's really, it should meet a certain criteria, not just stuff we don't like.
Right, and it is. So right, so the law is very clear. The Constitution is very clear of the standard for which impeachment can be utilized, right? And so when you violate the Constitution, that meets that standard. So it's not just you're doing something that I don't like; it's that you are violating the constitutional. You're violating the Constitution.
Well, I agree with you when you were saying, like, what's the point unless they're going to be removed, or it becomes like a political, like, one side keeps doing it to the other side, and then it just doesn't have the same, the same, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't have the same significance. It just becomes a political.
But that's not what I'm suggesting at all, right? So what I'm suggesting, the comment that you made in the chat was, why can't you just acknowledge the election? And I'm confused how that comment ties in with your comments about impeachment. We say, why can't you just acknowledge the election? What do you mean?
Because I see it being used like, okay, this is all about, they don't like the outcome of the election, so let's just use this impeachment process as a way to basically just undermine. It's just because they just don't accept the election, okay?
I didn't say anything about the election, and I actually didn't say that Donald Trump didn't win the election. I didn't say anything about the election. I'm specifically talking about actions that are being taken by cabinet members that's violating the Constitution of the United States. And if someone is committing a crime and violating the Constitution, then they deserve to be impeached. I don't care what party or administration they're a part of.
Okay.
So share with me how me saying we should impeach Kristi Noem, for example, has anything to do with not accepting the election or not being able to acknowledge the election.
But listen to like just different people talking about impeachment and how that just seems to me that they're just not accepting the election, that everything is, it's just, some of this stuff is all just one side or the other. I'm neither side. I don't care. I don't think either side gives a shit about us or cares about the people. Both sides are corrupt and
okay, but that's not true, Sarah. So let me just say this. I know it's que sera, but I'm just gonna say Sarah, right? So when you say both sides are corrupt, both sides don't care about people, there is only one administration that happens to be a Republican administration that literally has military boots on the ground, that has detained over 170 American citizens, that is violating the Constitution, right? Only one.
You don't think both sides are corrupt and are bought and paid for? By
No,
special
I don't. I think that's a bullshit way for people to just excuse everything that's happening. And I think that is a deflection from what the focus is. So even if you believe, yes.
Man, for example,
have to finish.
Chuck Man, both sides came together.
One second. Hold on. What?
Okay.
When I get done. In just a minute. So this is what I'm saying is that is a deflection from what's happening. So there's only one quote unquote side that is in the executive office, that is part of the executive branch. Yes?
Right.
Okay. So that would mean there's only one quote unquote side that is currently violating the Constitution.
Who's violating the Constitution?
Currently, ICE is violating the Constitution.
How are they violating the I mean, I think ICE needs to be like dealt with in a way because I think they're way too aggressive. They need different uniforms.
So listen, when you burst into people's homes without a warrant, that violates the Constitution. When you racially profile people and you bust the windows out of their cars and drag them down the street, that's violating people's constitutional rights. So it is illegal to come to someone's house and burst down the door and drag them out.
Well, yeah. And if they're doing that, then they should file a lawsuit against them for.
You don't file a lawsuit against them for violating the Constitution. That's a criminal act.
Well, then they should file whatever, they can sue them for that.
So here's the thing: you don't get to sue federal governments when. So let me just speak to. Are you familiar with qualified immunity?
Yeah, and I don't agree with qualified.
Okay, great. So what we're going to talk about is if it's unconstitutional, then you go after the people that are giving the unconstitutional orders and you remove them from office. So which is why I say impeach and remove Kristi Noem. Give me 1 second. Mila and Bella, come here now, because I've had it with both of you. Come here now, because Tutu's over it now. You all have managed to get my attention for the 5th time, 6th time, 7th time, whatever time it is. Now. No, ma'am. Okay, I'm now done. Come out of your rooms. One of you get on that end of the couch. One of you get on that end of the couch, and do not move until I am done working. No, ma'am. That's the only option. And if we don't like that option, then we will lose technology time. Come to the couch. Hey, I'm not kidding, and we're not going to do that either. Well, your mommy's not here. Tutu is here. I know you do because you're in trouble, and that's okay. All right. So this is my thing. When I talk about impeaching and removing, I actually don't support impeaching Donald Trump right now because there's no votes to do that. Do I think he has violated the Constitution? I do. Do I think that we have a Congress that will hold him accountable? I do not. So because of that, we have to go in the places where we can and where we can be the most effective. Hey, the longer you do that, sis, the longer you will be in timeout. So you get to choose. However long you want to sit there and make noise is however long you will stay there even longer. So that's your choice. Okay. So
that was effective.
yeah, I mean, because this is my thing. There's nothing wrong with her. She's literally just sitting there making noise. And I know she's tired, so she can choose. You can sit there and make more noise, right? And be there longer, or you can settle on down somewhere. Choices. Because here's the thing, before I come on here, they have been fed, they have had breakfast, they have done schoolwork, they have done all the things like they are well taken care of so that I can work for 4 or 5 hours. And they're old enough to be able to kind of whatever.
Right.
So the thing is that because there will be some people who will be like, well, no, listen, children also have to learn to listen and to behave and conduct themselves the way that they should. Right.
Right.
And so that's what needs to happen right now. What? Well, you don't want to play in your room right now. Well, you might. Let me not say that. You might want to play in your room, but here's the problem, Mila, is that you said that last time. I said go play in your room, and I told you and your sister not to touch each other and to leave each other alone. And then you went in the room, and the next thing I heard was scuffling and screaming and crying. So that means you can't be trusted to play in your room. So for right now, I'm going to finish working for 10 more minutes, 15 more minutes actually. And when I get done in 10 minutes, then we will have a discussion about what the rest of this night looks like. Because the fact that this is what I'm doing when I'm working is a problem for me. Yeah, this is a problem. Okay. Yeah, so Sandra, here's the thing about impeaching the Supreme Court. Are there members of the Supreme Court that needs to be impeached? Sure. But is the Supreme Court the biggest problem that we have facing the people today? The answer is no. The answer is no. And so when I talk about who should be impeached, because here's the reality, is that whether people like to admit it or not, Congress is compromised in a way like that has never been compromised before. Trump is not the biggest problem, Gene. No, he is not. Listen, y'all, if that man were to drop today, the bullshit you are experiencing would continue. He is not the biggest problem.
I agree 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just need it to be clear. He is not the biggest problem. So the reality is, and guess what? You're not going to be able, even though Russell Vought was Senate confirmed and could be impeached, even though it's not a cabinet position, which I had to look him up today to see. Even though he could be impeached, you're not going to have the votes for it. Listen, if the GOP members of Congress don't have the cojones to impeach and remove Trump, I can guarantee you they are not getting rid of Russell Vought, who is the architect of 2025. They're not doing that. So this
I'm
is
curious why you said RFK.
Dear God. Because the things that he is doing in the Health and Human Services Administration are dangerous. For Stephen Miller cannot be impeached, you guys. He's not Senate confirmed. He's not a cabinet member. Stephen Miller cannot be impeached. But beyond that, he's a bitch. Without his position, he's powerless. Yes. Okay, I heard you. So
Who is Steve? I don't know who that is.
Stephen Miller is a pretty much like he has a position in the White House, and he very much envisions a white supremacist kind of world that we live in. I'm not kidding. Like that's what he desires to see happen. No, he is not the de facto president. Russell Vought is the de facto president. Dear God, if you're going to claim something, at least know what you're talking about. Russell Vought is the de facto president. It is not Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller might be a racist. He might be a horrible person. He might be all of that, but he is not the de facto president. That is Russell Vought.
Who are the people you're even talking about? I've never even heard of them.
So Russell Vought is over,
Bella, move.
and you mind your business. I'll worry about Bella. Okay. Russell Vought so Russell Vought was one of the primary authors of Project 2025. Russell Vought is over the Office of Budget and Management in the administration. He was during Trump's first term as well. He's one of the people that was caught on video sitting on a couch. Guys, don't judge. Don't say, how has she never heard of them? Do you know how many people in this country have never heard of Russell Vought? And when you say things like that to people, hold on, Sarah. When you say, how have they, shaming doesn't help people.
I know pretty much a lot of them in this administration, but I don't know. I don't know them. Shame on me, right?
It's not shame on you. For fuck's sake, it's a lot of stuff to know.
It is. But
And Russell Vought worked for a really long time to stay behind the scenes. He really did. And it is exactly a vote out Mike Johnson. It is by design. But Russell Vought was caught on audio trying to recruit people. And he was joking about how Donald Trump was going to say he didn't have anything to do with Project 2025, but he really did. And he was all in the, like, there's a video of him talking about this on an undercover, so anyway, Russell Vought is over the Office of Management and Budget. He wrote the majority, a big piece of Project 2025. He is the architect of what you see. He is who's running the country. He gives the directives to Trump. He gives the directives to Stephen Miller. He's the dude. And he's from the Heritage Foundation.
He's involved with the Project 2020. He's involved with that?
He's one of the major authors of it. He wrote the vast majority of it. He was in Trump's first term. He was the director of the Office of Management and Budget back then. That's who Russell Vought is.
And he's a part of the Heritage Foundation?
Yeah. Listen, there's a great, it might already be in my link tree, but hold on a second and I'll show you. Russell Vought. If you just type in like Russell Vought shadow president, there's a great article. There's a couple. There's one from ProPublica that came out on October the 17th, how Russell Vought became Trump's shadow president. There's another article that came out from NPR calling him the shadow president on October the 30th. If you really want to know, there's a ProPublica event on November 5th that was called the shadow president, talking about Russell Vought. That's the dude. This is the dude that is behind the majority of what is happening in the country. And he comes from the Heritage Foundation. This is the agenda.
Oh, okay. Okay. I see. All right. You should know about Russell Vought.
Yep.
Okay.
Democracy Now! has a thing on him from October the 21st that it would be great for people to watch.
Huh. And he's in the administration? He is
the director of the Office of Management and Budget. Yes.
Budget right here. Okay. So okay. Well, I didn't see. I learned something here. Okay, he's the office.
Which is huge because everything funnels through the Office of Management and Budget. When you talk about all of the other, it's Vought, VOUGHT. And so when you think about all of the other departments and all of the other agencies in the country, all of that comes through. They are the Office of Management and Budget.
Right, they manage, right, and all of the wow. Okay, that is a legislative. Oh, okay.
He is the lead author of Project 2025.
Wow. Holy cow. I thought Lindsey Graham was the one kind of
Lindsey Graham is also a bitch. No.
Yeah, I know. He needs to go. He needs to go.
Yeah.
And same thing with Ted Cruz. I think they're like,
I refuse to call him Ted Cruz. His name is Raphael. I want him to own every bit of his heritage. His name is Raphael.
those are the two I think. Those are the two I thought were like really bad.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but I think we agree on. I think we agree on a lot of things.
Yeah. So when I talk about impeachment, what I think, I think it's a waste of time to file articles of impeachment when you don't have the votes. And you're not going to get the votes for Russell Vought. You're not going to get the votes for Donald Trump. I don't believe that you'll get the votes today for Bondi. You won't get the votes today for Patel. You won't get the votes for, I have a list.
Well, I don't know what I see. Cash Patel. I don't know what's with him. And like when he came out, and just started lying like that. That like okay, so like because he was just when he was talking about that incident that happened.
Yeah.
He was, and then all you have to do is watch the videotape, and then you go, what was he talking about?
So here's my thing. This is the thing. They are told what to say and they say it. That's it. They are told what to say and they say it. Facts don't matter to this administration. I mean, that's just the truth. The facts don't matter to this administration.
That was shocking. I was real surprised at that.
Cash Patel, he is here. They only chose people who would do that. I think it's really important that people understand that all of these individuals were chosen not because of their skills, not because of their talent, not because of their expertise, but because of their loyalty. That's why they were chosen.
You're saying you cannot bring a weapon to a protest.
Yes, you can.
Actually, you can.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
And you're the head of the FBI.
But he knows that you can. Just like Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem called Alex Preddy a domestic terrorist, when in fact, her organization, ICE, is a domestic terrorist organization.
I'm not going to go that far yet, but definitely, what is with that? Why are you saying that? I didn't understand that.
Yeah, well, so because so I'm gonna flip something on you. Let me just tell you guys this. Imagine Alex Preddy was Black. We would not be having these conversations. The minute they showed a weapon of any kind, we would be done. If Alex Preddy had been a Black or brown man and they showed that he had a weapon, we'd be done. We'd be done. There would be no defending him. There would be no statement from the NRA. There would be no nothing.
I don't know.
I do know, and I'll tell you how I know. Philando Castile. Are you familiar with Philando Castile, que Sarah?
No.
So Philando Castile was a Black man who worked in a school cafeteria, elementary school cafeteria, riding around with his little girl in the back and his girlfriend sitting in the passenger side. He gets pulled over for a taillight issue. Okay. He's sitting in the car. He says to the police officer, because they ask him to get his wallet. They ask him to get his identification. He says, I have to tell you, I am licensed to carry and my firearm is in the car. And he says, don't reach for it. He says, I'm not going to reach for it. I'm not reaching for it. I'm not reaching for it. And the officer unloaded about 5 or 6 bullets into him and killed him in front of his girlfriend and his daughter in the car. It's on video. His girlfriend went live and she was streaming it. It's on video.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. It's crazy.
So when I say that Tamir Rice is a 12-year-old little boy who was at a playground shelter, like a picnic shelter, playing with a fake water gun. And they make fake water guns that look like weapons, right? But it was fake. By himself. By the way, there's nobody else around. This is in Ohio. The police are called about a little black boy, black man with a weapon. When the police pull up, it is less than 10 seconds later where they pull up in the car, open their doors, and they unalive him at 12 years of age. Tamir Rice, Tamir Rice.
That's horrible.
Not even 10 seconds. And people said, oh, well, parents shouldn't buy him a water gun that looks like a gun. Really? That's the fucking response?
No, well, that's what they tell them. Kids play with them.
Yeah.
It's a toy.
Right. My point is that police shouldn't ever pull up and unalive somebody in less than 10 seconds.
No, right?
And so this is why I say, had Alex Preddy been a man of color and they showed that gun, there would be we would not be having this conversation. People would not be defending him and his right. They just wouldn't. And that's a fact. Well, Thought Goat, please join the panel and let's talk about it. So let me be clear about something, folks. If we talk about fact, that's not a bait.
Yeah,
So wait. Go. Hey. Have some decor. Listen, bro, you're free to come up and join the panel, but you're going to have to give us. This is not your fucking panel, bro. Nope. Bye. You can come back. You can come back when you learn how to wait your fucking turn. This is not your show.
Tell the woman to calm down. Oh my God.
Oh, well, that was intentional. You do know that. That was intentional, Que Sera. That's what they want to do. Yeah. But now he can do that. He can be in the right. Just yeah. When you want to request back up and you can control yourself, then we can do that. Yeah. But yeah, bro, that's not the way we do shit here. That is not the way we do things. So if you want to figure it out and come back, try again. So anyway, and I want to be clear for anybody else who doesn't quite get this, okay? Discussing facts around race in this country, discussing facts about disparities in healthcare with regard to race, facts about, police brutality and police aggression with regard, that's not race baiting, right? That's actually talking about facts and having a conversation. Yeah. Yes. So there's a difference, folks. It's not race baiting when you're discussing facts. And discussing facts about race is not baiting. That's just talking about reality. Now, if you have a problem with reality, then you probably are sitting in a world of privilege.
Well, some of it, I don't think it's all race as it is class. And I think because you're going to, there is, when you have certain cops fuck with, they do the same thing to white people.
No, they don't. No, they don't. And I'm going to give you an example. So, Que Sera, what you're talking about is different points of intersectionality. Okay. So, give me a second. Let me see if I can handle this one as well. David, don't spam my comments, right? You don't spam my comments and say the same thing over and over again. And you guys, please don't engage with the trolls. I got it. So here's the thing. When you say they do the same thing to white people, can you name for me a time where police have rolled up on a white boy at a playground and shot him in 10 seconds or less?
No, I can't. But,
okay. So hold on. We're going to go through them. Can you name for me the number of okay, so do you know how much more likely Black people are to die at the hands of police officers than white people? the actual statistic for it.
I kind of looked at that, and it was there is I forgot what it was, but it was actually a lot. There was quite a few white people that were shot, but that were pew-pewed. But like when you look up the FBI statistics, because I kind of looked this up because I was kind of curious, and I just know that because I personally have seen it where it isn't. I think when you have bad cops and you have a system, it works. They're bad to everybody. It's not just, I don't think it's really race as it is just how
So
they
can you
are.
explain to me why Black people are killed 2.5 times more often than white people at the hands of police officers?
Other than that, they have more encounters with them.
How is that? Black people make up 13% of the population. White people make up 60% of the population. How can we be every fucking where at all times?
Well, I don't know. That's just because there's more there, probably the inner cities. There's more gang stuff.
Do you don't think white people are in gangs?
Oh, sure they are. But
Do you don't think that there are more white gangs than there are black gangs? I mean, I can show you Russian gangs. I can show you Irish gangs. I can show you a lot of white people gangs.
Hell's Angels.
They're not a gang.
Okay, well.
But so riddle me this. If black people make up 13% of the population, white people make up 60% of the population, tell me how black people are killed 2.5 times more often than white people at the hands of police, if it is not race.
It would probably be because they're policed more in certain areas and they encounter police more.
No, it can't be. It can't be. It can't be. It literally can't be. They make up 13% of the population, Sarah. It can't be. White people are 6 times. There are 6 times more white people in this country than there are black people. But black people are killed 2.5 times more than white people at the hands of police. The math don't math.
Okay, then it has. Well, it's where does this take place? In cities where
it doesn't matter where it takes place. It doesn't matter where it happens in the United States of America. Like, it doesn't matter where. And by the way, all black people in the inner city aren't criminals.
No, I know what he's saying that, but here's what it says: in total deaths, 2024, approximately 445 white people were killed by police, compared to 277 black people.
I know, which is crazy when black people make up 13% of the population, and yet they account for half the number of deaths that white people had, and they make up 60%. You're literally making my case.
Young black men face the highest risk of some studies indicating this significantly more likely than white people to be killed by law enforcement. Washington, blah, 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 blah. And okay, so
let's just do. Hold on, I just want to break this down, and let's just do it like with even numbers. So let's just say, okay, hold on, guys, we're gonna work through this. Okay, so listen. Let's just say there's 1,000 white people. I'm going to put a WP for white people. Okay. We're going to use just these numbers. Let me take down my background. So let's just say there's 1,000 white people. And if black people make up 13%, right? Hold on. Let me do this real quick, folks. Whoops. Hey. Whoop. Sorry, you guys. I didn't mean to do this. I'm hitting a button over here. All right. So if there are
12% Hispanics.
Hold on. Guys. And I need you guys in the comments to settle for just a second, please. So I know she is. So give it a second, you guys. And it might be easier if I just use 100.
Is involved in fatal shootings.
Okay, wait. Okay, so Sarah, let me show you. Okay. So let's just use easy numbers. There's 100 white people. And that's the total population. There's 100 white people. 100 people total. There's 100 people total. And white people make up 60% of that population. That means there's 60 white people. And that means there's 13 black people, right? So if there's 100 people total, 60 of them are white, 13 of them are black, okay? And then let's just say that there are, I don't know, I'm just going to use a number. Let's just say that there are 20 police killers, right? Police unalivings, okay? And there are, and of those, let's just say 5 of them are white people. And of that same 5, that would mean 13 of them would be black people. So all the black people would be dead because black people are unalived 2.5 times more often by police than white people.
Okay, I see that.
So do you understand what I'm saying? How even though you might have, if 400 white people are dead at the hands of police and 200 are that are black, that's a problem because there are 6 times more white people in this country than there are black people.
Even 3 times higher, it says here.
Yes, it can be 2.5 to 3 times. Yes.
Use our unarmed individuals. Oh, okay.
And did you know that about 14 million black and brown people live in indigenous population? Live in rural populations in this country. So like that's as many people as live in New York and LA combined, but they live in rural places. If you've never been, especially in the South, black people live all over the place in the country. In the South, there are plenty of black cowboys, all the things.
Even military. Oh, okay. I see. Okay. Well, these are minority communities targeted, and the SWAT teams are deployed to black and brown neighborhoods more, controlling local crime rates, continued use of SWAT. Okay. Right.
So, do you have Netflix?
Yes.
Okay. So
I'm reading this now. Okay.
I got you.
Because of SWAT? Is it SWAT teams?
No, it's not just SWAT. It's a couple of things. So let me try to take my time for a second. Okay, so let me take you all the way back. The reason why I asked you specifically about Netflix is there's a documentary on Netflix, and it's for free on YouTube. And the documentary is called 13th, like 1-3, 13th, like the 13th Amendment. Okay. And that documentary will walk you through.
I've seen that. Oh, I've seen that a long time ago. Okay. Yes, I know. And as far as like incarcerated and yeah.
Okay. So 13th will walk you through the entire system and how it came to exist. Okay. And so she's talking about the mass incarceration piece of 13th, but there's so much more to it than that. So I would recommend going back and rewatching it. Say it again. Yeah.
I didn't see the whole thing. What I saw was like, wow, that, and that makes sense why like the prison system is.
But it's so much more than just the prison system. It's literally so you have to understand that the entire system, the reason why there are people that refer to the police as slave catchers is because that's how they came to be, right? That was their job. The initial job of the police was to catch slaves.
What?
I don't want to. Why? Because I want to use the boots.
That's right.
And whole clothes. And the rest can be the blue.
So why is there a breakdown of why? Is it because of the militarization or something of law enforcement that?
So that's a completely separate issue, right? The militarization of police is a separate issue, but Black and brown people dying at the hands of police has existed long before the militarization of the police. But it is connected in terms of how violence from police has escalated overall, right?
Right.
But that's just that's an exacerbation of a condition that already existed, right? And so when you understand that the police, especially in the South, were created and designed in the 18th and 19th centuries as slave patrols, as slave catchers, that was the purpose of their existence. Okay, and so that's the beginning of it all. So when you understand that, so racism hasn't always been a thing. Being white wasn't always a thing. That's a construct that was created. And it was a construct that was created specifically to indicate a superiority. Because from a global perspective, white people are the minority. Right. So ask yourself this question. From a global perspective, if white people are the minority, then how are in so much of the world, white people hold the positions of power and wealth? If they're the minority in the majority of the world, how did they achieve that position?
Good question. Because because they cheated to get there.
Not cheated. Cheated's not the right word.
Or conquered, or power.
Well, conquering makes it seem like it's something to be proud of, right? When we say conquering, right? So that's a verbiage that has a positive connotation, right? But if I replace the word conquer, because when you think conquered, you normally think your opposition. When you say conquered, you normally think, oh, you're my enemy, right? But if I'm not fighting with you, if I'm in my country, in my land, minding my own business, and you show up, are you conquering us or are you attacking us? Are you colonizing us? Are you
colonizing? Yeah, colonizing.
Yep, you're brutalizing, you're doing all of those things, right? Yeah. But see, that history doesn't sound as good as saying we conquered. Right? Like when you get to be the people that write the history books, you're going to use words like we conquered da 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 because it sounds like something to be proud of. But if instead I say, listen, we went to lands that were peaceful, where we weren't the majority, where we didn't have any business being there, it belonged to someone else. And then we say, we decided that we wanted all of their things. And we wanted their land, and we wanted their women, and we wanted their resources. And so you know what? We took it. We gave them blankets that we knew were infected with diseases. We stole their stuff that they put up for the winter, right? We allowed them to die. We marched them to their deaths. We did the Trail of Tears and gave it a nice name and put it in our history books. Like, it doesn't sound as great.
Oh wait, this is yellow. They have yellow. So done that. Wow.
And yet it's the truth.
No, I know. I've lived under a delusion, and I've come to kind of realize America
Not so loud, babes.
not been a really. It's like how I raised my kids, thinking America is global, and we done things out of like to help other countries when that's really not the case.
No, it's not the case. But what's even so important for us to know that that's not the case is we have to be able to acknowledge what is the case right here and right now in our own country. It's not enough to say we didn't really help, because we have done help in other countries, often to fix the things that we've done. Often, right? And so this is the thing, right? People will say, you know, and so this is why when I want to have these conversations, it's because it's really important that we understand what still exists. So there's this incredible study that Stanford University did, and I'll see if I can find it and I'll put it in the link tree. Okay. But Stanford University did this study about how people react to just how people react when they are shown the picture. It's an expressionless picture of a black man's face versus a white man's face. Okay. And what they did when they did this study is they tracked the reaction in your brain where you have the fear response. Okay. And here's what's so crazy about this study. What they found is that in white people, when they saw the image of the black man's face, the fear response in their brain happened about 65% of the time. When black people saw a black person's face, it was 63% of the time. The fear response in both black and white people from seeing a black man's face was almost the same, which tells you how successful the subconscious programming in this country has become. So when you are surrounded by media and images that are always portraying black men as dangerous, when you are surrounded by media and images that are referring to black men as dangerous and as thugs and as scary and as beasts and as this and as that, right? When the president of the United States of America shows a movie in the White House called Birth of a Nation, where a white woman would rather jump off a cliff to her death than be conquered by a black man, right? That subconscious messaging has impacted everyone. And so when people want to talk about crime in black communities, it's the same everywhere. Because this country has invested millions upon millions, billions of dollars convincing everyone that black men are scary. It's one of the reasons why my heart breaks. I remember I was on, so do y'all remember when Periscope was a thing? How many of y'all were Periscope people? Periscope was this platform that was a branch off from Twitter around 2016-ish, 2016-ish. And so I was on Periscope. And you could have, like we do here, you could go live and you would have like multiple people up on the box, and you could have like a whole, just like we can do here on TikTok Live, right? And I'm on Periscope and we're having this discussion. It was when I actually got a message from, who's the real estate dude? Grant, whatever the fuck his name is. Anyway, he was in there. And so I'm having this live. And I'll never forget, there's he's 6'3", 200 and some pound black dude that's on my panel at the time. And he is just absolutely devastated. Yep, Cardone, that's his ass. I got emails between me and him assistant. Grant was trying to figure out how to make something of me, but I didn't quite fit the mold that he wanted. So anyway, he's talking, and he's talking about how heartbroken he is because when he walks down the street, white women always move to the side. They're always scared of him. It doesn't matter that he is the kindest, most gentle soul there is. It doesn't matter. Like, that's just his life experience. And we're having this really in-depth conversation. And he was like, I'm so tired of trying to have conversations and get people to understand what it is like living and growing up in this country when you're a Black man. And it happens to Darius to this day. Yeah, Jamie. And so I was sharing with, like some people, Sarah, would want me to just like cuss you out and be like, girl, how the fuck? But here's the thing. If I want you to hear me, I have to say things in a way that I can be heard. Like the responsibility isn't on the other person to listen to me. It's my responsibility to speak in a way where I can be heard. If I desire, I've got to flex into that person's window. And he said to me, so you want me to be nice? And I said, if nice is what's required, yeah. And if you can't, that's okay, because I'm here to do it, right? But that's the thing. Like, when you see Black and brown people and they are frustrated and they are beyond it, and they are like, I'm so fucking tired of saying this. It's because they really are fucking tired of saying it, because that's why you see people go, how do people not know? But people don't know what they don't know. And the key is to go, like you just did when we were talking. You said, I don't know, maybe they're over policed. Well, how much police? Like, you literally have to be over policing Black and brown people to an insane, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's just mathematically, it's impossible. It has to be the race. It has to be. Now, there are other points of intersection. When you say they do things to white people and class is an issue, yes, but classism is separate from racism, which is separate from ableism, which is separate from sexism, which is separate from ageism, right? There are points of intersection. But here's the thing. I showed this the other day too, Judy. See if you follow me on this, Sarah. So if there is, let me see if I can.
I see now. I see what you mean, because they intersect where that.
Yes. So watch this. If I say, this is the path to ascension, right? This is the path to success. And my path can be hindered because I'm poor. My path can be hindered because I don't have a lot of access to education, right? My path can be hindered because of where I live. All of these things are true, right? But what can never happen for a white person is for their path to be hindered because of the color of their skin. Not in this country. And the reason why that can't happen in this country is because the only racial group that has ever had the ability to elevate their racial group while oppressing another racial group is white people. So when poor white people say, I'm not privileged, they think it's because they've been poor all their lives. But they're not poor because they're white.
I get it. Yeah. Okay. That makes total. Okay. Okay. That makes. Okay. I see that. I see that. So I
Yeah.
think about it that way. So
It's the point of it's the point of intersectionality, right?
Okay. Right. It's like, okay, because they're poor, they're going, okay, well, where's my privilege card? And then, but there's an additional obstacle there.
Yes. So whatever obstacle white people have, Black people have, and they have the Black obstacle too, right? Which is why we talk about what white privilege looks like. And nobody is saying to white people, at least I'm not saying to white people, and I think most people aren't saying to white people, is you're privileged and you know it because somebody taught you we're privileged. That's not it, right? The world shows you, if this is your picture, from the moment you step out in life, the world teaches you you have privilege. People get out of your way. People get up and give you a seat. People automatically allow you to see. You know what I'm saying? Like, the world teaches you you have privilege, where it's the exact opposite for me. You know, it was the world that taught me I was not privileged. Society taught me very clearly, it doesn't matter how smart you are, little girl. It doesn't matter, whatever. Nope, you don't have that. Nobody's making a way for you. Have you?
Okay, so, but you see where, okay, does that world still exist?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
So then how do you have, I mean, I see that world really existing back in, and particularly the South and that crazy stuff, but like, does it exist now because of, all, like, look at all the success, and you have just as many multi-billionaire Black people than you as the white people. It's kind of
actually you don't, and let me just say this: A, you don't, and B, name for me Black millionaires.
Oh, there's a lot of them.
But name them for me.
The famous ones are not famous. I know you personally who do real estate and stuff that would be, but like, of course, Oprah, P. Diddy, all the,
Okay, so follow me. The only way in this country that Black people have been allowed to become millionaires and billionaires, predominantly, not the only way, but the main way, is if we are your entertainment. If we are your entertainment, then you will pay us money. That's it. If we're your music people, if we're your movie people, if we're your sports people, that's it. It is very fair. It is very rare that you find a ton of super affluent Black people that are outside of that industry. Those industries. So let me give you an example. This article is from 2023. This is from PBS News. The Justice Department has accused Los Angeles-based City National Bank of discrimination for refusing to underwrite mortgages for predominantly Black and Latino communities. The bank paid more than $31 million in a redlining settlement. So redlining is when banks don't want to finance Black and brown communities and give home loans for them. This is from January 12th of 2023. That is 3 years ago. And this is a bank in fucking LA of all places that refuses to underwrite loans for Black and Latino communities. So when you ask me, does it still exist? The answer is yes. There are banks that still don't want to give Black and brown people mortgages. Do you know my father fought in Vietnam? Do you know that when Vietnam veterans came home and they had their GI Bill and they could purchase home loans, Black soldiers weren't allowed to use theirs. White soldiers got to use theirs.
And we have to put the sheet with too.
Wow.
Yeah, and I got with me 2 times.
Like that's just the reality of it. And so this is why so this is the part where I most people think when they think of racism, they think of overt racism. They think of calling people the N-word. They think of crosses. They think of burning in people's yards. They think of all of these different things, right?
Right.
They don't think of, so did you know that in 2016 or 2020, there was a study done of medical students. Do you know that almost half of the medical students that were surveyed, they believed in myths about black people. They believed that black people's skin was thicker than white people. They believe that black people have a higher tolerance of pain than black people. They believed that black people's nervous system is different. These are second year medical students.
Crazy. That's crazy. That is crazy. Wow.
Yeah.
I saw a thing where this black woman having a baby or something, and how they treat. I don't know if that happens all, but it was it was insane.
So maternal mortality rates are 2.5 to 3 times higher for black and brown women than white women. Black and brown women die from pregnancy at a rate that is 2.5 to 3 times higher than white women. So when people ask me about RFK Jr., okay, RFK Jr. made a claim about black people's immune systems. So this article is from last year. It's from The Guardian. So during his Senate confirmation hearing on January 30th, Angela Alsobrooks, who is a Democratic senator from Maryland, she asked him on his past claims that black people have a stronger immune system than white people and thereby should receive vaccines on a different schedule. And she said, quote, "What different vaccine schedule would you say I should have received?" And RFK Jr. then said that there was a quote unquote series of studies showing that, quote, "to particular antigens, blacks have a much stronger reaction." What's crazy is none of that is scientifically or medically accurate. It's what makes him dangerous. He is sitting in the highest position when it comes to healthcare in this country, and his racism is being interject. Yes. So I said, wait, what? Yeah. It's crazy. He's dangerous. He's one of the reasons why we have right now, I believe down in South Carolina, there is something like 250 cases of measles right now. Hundreds of people have been quarantined. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm reading this now where with the infant mortality compared to white women, infant were twice as likely to die compared to white. And is it and this is system and medical. So in the healthcare leads to neglect and low quality care for black patients.
So, hey, Bella, can you hand me this book right here?
Is that because the hospitals are bad and the doctors are bad?
It's because of systemic racism within healthcare. That's what it's because of. So the guy, so the father of obstetrics, do you know what he did to black women? Mims, that's his name. The father of modern gynecology, L.J. Marion, he actually subjected enslaved black women to surgical experiments without anesthesia. He sterilized us without anesthesia. The father of modern day obstetrics and gynecology. Here's a book for you guys, folks.
Well, I also think it's black women, but also women in general. I think because men don't.
He did not castrate white women without anesthesia.
No. Well, that's where was this? Who did that?
His name is J. Marion Sims. He is known as the father of modern gynecology. That's it. That's who he is. So I'm going to tell you. So, okay. So let me give you, let me just give you a few highlights. Okay. Sims believed that Black people experienced less pain, right? So that's why he said he didn't need to use anesthesia on them. The three names that were the most widely recognized were Anarta, who endured at least 30 surgeries under Sims with no anesthesia, Betsy, and Lucy. The procedures were designed to cure vaginal fistulas, 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 a condition that resulted from childbirth complications, right? And so that those vaginal fistulas made it so that the Black slaves couldn't work. Imagine that. And so his thing was, well, let's just do some surgeries on you, and no, you don't need anesthesia.
Oh my God, this is like a horrific.
Well, so let me just, if you all do not know this book by Dorothy Roberts, it's called Killing the Black Body. I highly recommend you get it. Do you understand that every single one of you all is most likely benefiting from a Black woman's cells? Her name is Henrietta Lacks. If you don't, do you know who Henrietta Lacks is?
No.
Okay, so Henrietta Lacks is a Black woman who went to Johns Hopkins to be treated for medical care. What Johns Hopkins discovered once they did a biopsy of her is that her cells didn't die, right? There's a great book called The Immortal Henrietta Lacks. There's also a movie by the same name. I recommend reading the book. They stole her cells to use them for all their research. Fucking Johns Hopkins just reached a settlement with her family. I want to say 2018-ish. Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah, Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. Okay. Oh my goodness. The cells were collected and provided for medical care. Oh, she has a foundation, Henrietta Lacks Foundation.
Her family did it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm learning, like, this is.
Folks, yeah, her family created the foundation. Hey, Jen, if you don't put full links in the chat, it will affect the algorithm. Just put like parenthesis. Okay?
Yeah, like I just went to school.
So here's my thing, folks. Yeah, I know you did, Jen. Just be careful when you do link. It's a lot, and so I don't want to put like too much on you. Things that I'm going to leave everybody with this, okay? Number one, I love it when folks like you actually want to stick around and have the conversation. And even though it might be different than what you know, you're like looking it up in real time with me, which is great. I love that. Don't believe me. Go verify everything that I'm saying to you, right? Because it's important. It is also, these conversations are necessary because you will leave this conversation with a better understanding of what Black and brown people are talking about when we talk about this country. Right?
Now I do completely.
Right.
I understand. Like,
and so when we have the understanding, right? When we create understanding, that is the beginning. Because now, and the key is, this is just like one sliver, right, Sarah? This is one sliver. The key is to take it even further. And then you go watch the documentary 13th, and then go watch the Khalif Browder story, and then go watch An Uncomfortable Truth. That's with Loki Mulholland. You can then go watch Just Mercy. Like there's more, and then there's more. But the key is to keep, an Uncomfortable Truth with Loki Mulholland. His mother was a civil rights activist who was with MLK Jr. and some other folks. And then now this one is a tough one. But give me so another one that I would recommend is, a lot of people will say, oh, go see Till, the movie about Emmett Till that came out in 2022. What I would ask you to do is to go watch a 2005 movie called The Untold Story of Emmett Lewis Till. His mother is interviewed in that film, and it's really important. It came out in 2005. It is called The Untold Story of Emmett Till. And here's the thing, folks. When I talk about these things, it's because until we get a firm understanding of who we have been and who we are, we can't determine as a collective where we're going. If you don't know where you've been, if you don't know who you are, you can't really figure out together where you're going. And the key isn't to make anybody today feel bad about being white. You didn't ask to be born white the same way I didn't ask to be born biracial, right? The key is, though, once you recognize that because you were born white, you do have a space of privilege, right? So, and let me just tell y'all this. I say this all the time. And I want you to hear me. It is always, always, always the responsibility of the person who belongs to the group doing the oppressing to stand up for the oppressed. So if I hear cis heterosexual people that are demeaning and talking bad about LGBTQIA people, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to speak up because I'm cis and I'm heterosexual, and it's my job to do that, right? If you are white, it is your job to stand up in the face of racism. If you are a man, it is your job to speak to other men about the shit they say about women, right? Instead of telling women, don't park under a lamplight or don't have too many drinks, tell the dude, hey, bro, she's had too many, don't buy her another drink, right? If you really want to do something, speak to the dude. Don't speak to her, right? Speak to the dude. And so that's the role, that's the responsibility that each of us has if we want to move us in this different direction. And so will some of these things be uncomfortable? Yes. But here's what I would say to you. It's been uncomfortable for the people who have had to endure it. The book is Killing the Black Body by Dorothy Roberts. That's the book. Michelle Alexander, and then once you go to this book, then you can go to The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander. But when you understand, and this for me, as a biracial woman and as a veteran and the daughter of veterans, like both my parents were in the military, my brothers too, right? When you realize that it's actually intentional, it's a whole different feeling. Imagine realizing that so much of the pain that you and people who look like you experience is intentional, that it's by design. It's like I don't even know how to explain it. You know what I mean? I don't even know how to explain it to you. So anyway, there's a lot. And we'll get into it more and more. For me, I believe, and this is my honest belief, I believe these conversations that we're having are the most important conversations we could be having, because they will show up in politics. It will show up in policy. and the more understanding that we have of each other, the more we won't allow legislation that hurts people. We won't participate, and we won't support candidates that hurt people. The problem is so many people don't understand. We don't have understanding. And so that's what we have to be building. We have to build connection, and we have to build understanding. Appreciate that, Sandy. So
I learned. I'm just like yeah. I feel like I totally get it the way you explained it, because I didn't get it before. Not how you explained it. And so now I get now I understand it completely, what that means.
yeah, well, and I hope that you come back. I hope that you come back and you ask questions, because this is how we grow. This is how we do what needs to be done more than anything else. You all, like, real talk. When people say, "What's this world coming to?" my answer is always whatever we make it. And when people say, I don't like what politics is, our politics is indicative of who we are.
That's true.
And so we have to fix that.
Well, thank you for being my teacher.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it, and I will follow you, and I will be back.
Love that. Welcome back. Thanks for coming. Thanks for being teachable.
And you are so smart on so many subjects. And I guess I goofed off in school, and I'm an example of how our school system failed us. So there you go.
Yeah, it's not even that. I'll tell you the thing, right? A lot of what I had to learn, and you just don't know what you don't know. That's all.
No, I don't. Right? And that's true. And you don't know. I didn't know.
And that's okay.
I didn't understand it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it makes sense. So it's not only, but it makes sense that it makes sense.
Yeah.
Then it's like one of those, like, oh, okay, now I get it.
It's crazy. My mom was like, "How come I never knew about Tulsa, Oklahoma? How come I didn't know about the Tulsa Race Massacre? How come I didn't know? How come I didn't know about Black Wall Street?" Because they didn't teach it to us in school. That's why.
I know. And I feel stupid.
Yeah, don't feel stupid. So you know what I say to people? Don't feel stupid. Feel pissed. Feel pissed that someone decided to write curriculum in such a way to not tell the truth. You're not stupid. And I'll tell you how I know you're not stupid. And I'll tell you how I know that you're not intentional. And see, this is the difference. You're not intentionally ignorant. So there's a difference between being ignorant and being intentionally ignorant, right? So when somebody is just ignorant, I'm ignorant about a lot of things. There's a lot of things I don't know. That's ignorance. Nothing bad about being ignorant. But there's a difference between that and being intentionally ignorant, which means, so as soon as I said, hey, this, and this, you were like, wait, and you looked it up and you were like, oh, well, damn. You see what I'm saying? It's different. You're not resistant to facts. And that's the difference. There are going to be some people that are ridiculous, that are resistant to facts. You're just not one of them. So yeah, Lies My Teacher Told Me is another book. It's also over here. That's another one. But yeah, what, baby? Yeah, I'm coming. But yeah, I appreciate you, Sarah. Welcome back anytime. I'm normally on. Today was a different kind of day, but normally I'm on from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Cool.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Because I don't know how to leave.
I got you. Have a good one.
Okay.
All right. So yeah. All right. So listen, folks, it is 6:00 p.m. and this girl does need to run because I need to go to the grocery store and other stuff. And yeah. Appreciate you guys. So yeah, very long day. Very, very, very long day. And as y'all know, I was hurting when I got on here, and it has not changed. It has not changed. So this girl is going to get off here. I will be back again tomorrow. I'm going to get done. I'm going to feed everybody. And then I've got more work to do because I'm working on a project. And I want the project that I'm working on to be something that is really beneficial for 2026. No, Ebony, no martini time for me, girl. I still got work to do. I'm going to feed these grandbabies of mine, chat with my daughter who's over here. I need to go to the grocery store. We'll see if I get that done or not. And then I've got some more work to do on this project. Everybody do me a favor on TikTok. Go up to the top, hit your little heart, collect your points for the day, please. Please, please, please. Remember that you need to call your senators. I don't give a shit if we shut down the government again on Friday. We're not funding ICE. We are not funding ICE. I'm going to say it again. Tell your senators we are not funding ICE. Okay? So love you guys. Mean it. I will see you all tomorrow. Peace and all the things.